Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait some time to others to join. How many of you are in the batch? How many students in your batch? Can anyone tell me, please?
Altogether, I think around 200 Saturday group, maybe around 100 Sunday group, another balance 100.
Okay, thank you. So we'll wait some time. Then I can see only 25 in here now. Right. We'll wait. So I'm Dr. Randi Vijay Singh. So today we are going to do some lectures about the fruits, vegetable, and floriculture course module. So you know this course, agronomy of crop production system. This is a 4-credit subject. In this course, you have 4 course modules. The first one, agronomic practices. The second one, commercial plantation crops. Third one, field crop and export agricultural crops. The fourth one, fruits, vegetables, and floriculture. So I think you all have done some lectures about fruits and vegetable maybe a few weeks ago. So today I'm going to give a brief introduction about horticulture, crop production, and the floriculture. Right. So if you have any questions, please stop me at any point and raise your questions. Right. Okay. So this is what I'm going to discuss with you today. The introduction to horticulture, crop production, and floriculture. So then first we look at what is horticulture. So can anyone tell me what is horticulture? So do you have any idea about what is horticulture? So I'm happy to get your ideas as well. I think that will be more interesting for you and also for me. So as we have done some lectures a few weeks ago, so I hope you have a little bit idea about what is horticulture, right? So can anyone tell me what is horticulture? I'm not expecting whole definition, but if you can give some idea, that would be good.
Plantation of fruits and vegetables.
Yes, good, right? So it is cultivation and other aspects of fruits, vegetables, and ornamental plants, right? So we can simply define horticulture like that, right? But I will give you the correct definition, right? It is the art and science of growing fruits, vegetables, herbs, nuts, and ornamental plants, right? Those may be trees, shrubs, flowering plants, maybe turf, right? Turf means grass species, right? So this is the definition for horticulture. But this horticulture word, actually, it is not an English term. It came from Latin, right? It's the Latin word. So there's a 2 section, like we can separate into 2 section as hortus plus cultura, right? In hortus, that is a Latin term, It is in English, it is garden, right? It means garden, and cultura is culture, right? Therefore, that horticulture means garden culture, right? So this is not an English term, this is Latin term, horticulture, but it means garden culture, right? I think you all can understand that, right? So the horticulture, we can divide it into mainly two parts, right? It is for plant growing for food, as well as plant for ornament or for beautification, right? So cultivation of plant for food, mainly we know that it includes fruits and vegetables, right? So when we study about fruits, we call formology, right? As you can see here. So we will discuss this term later, right? So don't think about much about this term at this point, right? This is something about study about fruits and the nuts, right? And the olericulture means that is the study about vegetables, right? And plant for ornament, that means plant for beautification or for the aesthetic purpose, that includes two parts like floriculture and landscape horticulture, right? So the floriculture mainly cultivation and other aspects of ornamental plants, right? And the landscape horticulture means using plant, especially ornamental plants, for beautification or to beautify surround area, right? So we will discuss these four terms later, right? So this is the, we can simply say the cultivation of plants for food and also for beautification, right? Then why we have to learn horticulture? So why is horticulture important? So can anyone tell me anything about any importance of horticulture? Why we have to learn horticulture?
That will impact our health.
Yes, good, right? So that is mainly a very good or the large amount of food, right? So that provide food and the basic component of our diet, right? So horticulture enriches diet, right? That horticultural crops are important dietary nutritional component and also source of medicines and aroma, right? So as you told, so this is something about fruits and vegetables, right? So normally fruits and vegetables give a lot of nutrients to us, nutrients to people, right? Like carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, some lipids, some proteins, and antioxidants, right? So a lot of nutritional components. That is actually that horticulture is the most tastiest part in our diet, and also horticulture provide some color to our diet because it includes fruits and vegetables with different colors, right? So then what are the vitamins we can obtain by consuming fruits and vegetables? What kind of vitamins we can obtain by consuming fruits and vegetables?
Vitamins A, C, D.
Yes, vitamin A, C, D, and also vitamin E, right? So we can obtain a lot of vitamins and minerals and also antioxidants because that is help to increase our immunity in the body, right? This is help to stay healthy, right? So a lot of antioxidants like some pigments, some carotenoids, anthocyanin like pigments, right? So those are important to maintain our health, to increase our immunity, right? And also those antioxidants help to control cancer in our body, right? Likewise, there are so many uses of food uses and the medicinal values of horticulture crops. So that is the main thing. That is why we need to learn about horticulture, because it is a main part of our diet, and also that is the most tastiest part of our diet. And it gives carbohydrates, vitamins, mineral, antioxidants, and other nutritional component, right? So I think it is clear for you all, right? So that's the main important of horticultural crops, right? And also another important thing is it gives income to farmer when compared to other field crops or other crops, because the horticultural crops are known as high value crops, right? The fruits, vegetables, flowers, herbs, right? Those have high value, right? Therefore, when farmers grow horticultural crops, they can obtain more money, more income when compared to other agricultural crops. Therefore, horticulture important to increase income of people or the growers or the farmers, right? Then what else, right? So this is also another important thing, because horticulture provide aesthetic value for human being, right? Why that aesthetic value is important for us? So when we see ornamental plant, when we see a flower, when we see a foliage, right, we feel
it reduces stress of us.
Yes, good, right? So because we feel relaxed when we see beautiful flower or beautiful foliage, right? Beautiful plant, we feel relaxed. That is because actually when we see beautiful things, that our brain release some hormones, right? Some hormones which feel happy and comfortable, right? Therefore, it is very important to relieve stress condition and restoration of human, right? Therefore, it is very important when compared to other agricultural crops. This is a specific use of horticultural crops. And what else? So that horticultural crops produce higher biomass than other field crops per unit area, right? So that actually helps to use resources efficiently. For an example, if you take a mango tree, right? That mango tree produce lot of fruits. Even it's a single tree or single plant, it produces large number of fruits. So when compared to field crop or other agricultural crops, so their productivity is high, right? Their production high in particular unit area. That production of particular unit area we call as productivity, right? So that productivity is high in horticultural crops when compared to other agricultural crops. Therefore, farmers can return, they can obtain, they can earn more money by cultivating horticultural crops. And this is also very important. There's a potential for development of wasteland by cultivating horticultural crops. Right? For an example, fruit trees. Some fruit trees, they can tolerate harsh conditions. They can tolerate low amount of water, right? They can tolerate some amount of salinity. They can tolerate high temperature, right? Therefore, these sort of fruit plants like pomegranate and sometimes mango, cashew, right? Those plants can be planted in marginal lands, or the can be tolerated in infertile soil, or can tolerate harsh conditions, right? Therefore, through plant strategies, we can plant horticultural plants in wasteland, right? So that is very important because some crops, they need very fertile soil, right? But if we can select correct horticultural crops which are suitable for wasteland, we can use those sort of lands, right? We can utilize those sort of lands effectively by cultivating horticultural crops. And need comparatively less water than other food crops, as I told you earlier, right? So most of the food trees, normally these trees, they produce very long tap roots, so they can take water from deeper level of soil. So therefore they need a low amount of water. So we don't need to water, right? We don't need to do watering. For an example, you can remember, right, in your home. So normally we don't need to put water for mango trees. We don't need to water for rambutan trees, right? So they can take water from deep soil, and also they can tolerate, or they need less amount of water, right? Therefore, there is also a advantage of cultivating horticultural crops, and also provide higher employment opportunity, right? Because these horticultural crops, these fruits, vegetable, flower, or the foliage, all these are perishables, right? So we can't keep them for a long time. Therefore, they need some sort of handling, right? Proper handling after harvesting. And also we need to do some cultural practices to obtain to get a quality product, right? Either fruit or flower. Therefore, by cultivating horticultural crops, we can generate a lot of job opportunities, right? Therefore, it is very important to provide job employment for people, right? And also important for nutritional security, as we discussed earlier, because these crops, especially fruits and vegetables, they provide nutrients to human, right? Therefore, it's important for nutritional security. And also high value crop with high potential for value addition, right? This is important for fruits and vegetables, as we know. So we can make many food items by using fruits and vegetables, right? We can do a lot of processed products like jam, jelly, cordial, or maybe some other food items by using horticultural crops. And also high export potential, because we have, if we, in Sri Lanka, actually, we have a lot of fruits, vegetables, and ornamental plants. Those have export potential because they are in good quality, right? They are in good quality, so we can export horticultural produce, right? And also horticultural crops have a lot of industrial uses, right? They can be used in different industries, right? Food industries, or maybe other industrial purposes, right? Then the classification of horticulture crops. So do you have any questions about the uses or the importance of horticulture? So do you have any other uses or any other importance of horticulture? Right. So I think you don't have any questions about that. Right. So we'll go to the other one. That is the classification of horticulture crop. So we can classify horticulture crop based on different criteria, right? So this is the first one, on the basis of lifespan, right? So we can categorize them into 3, right? Annuals, biennials, and perennials, right? So I think you know what is annual plant. So annual plant means that plant complete its life cycle in one season or within 1 year, right? So those sort of plant we call annual plant, right? So these are examples for annual horticulture crop. The tomato is a vegetable. Marigold, I think you know what is marigold, right? In Sinhala we call daspitiya, right? So these are annual plants because they complete their life cycle within a year, right? Then what do you mean by biennial? Can anyone tell me? Is that clear? What is annual plant? Right? Can anyone tell me what is
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
a biennial plant? Okay. Right. You can give answers in any language, right? But I'm not familiar with the Tamil or other language, but I'm okay if you can give me answers in Sinhala other than English, right? So, right. So annual, we discussed, it's a plant that complete its life cycle within one season or 1 year, right? So biennial. So what do you mean by biennial plant?
Two life cycles per year.
It's not like that, right? So that's okay, you try it. So the biennial actually is a plant that complete its life cycle in 2 seasons or within 2 years, right? Stay 2 years, right? Annual, normally that a plant take 1 year or 1 season to complete its life cycle, right? But biennial mean those plants take 2 years or 2 seasons to complete their life cycle, right? These are examples for biennial plants. Onion, I think you all know onion. The tuberose is a plant produce a bulb and with a flower inflorescence, right? You can search this term if you want. So tuberose and onion. Those are 2 examples for biennial plants, right? Then the third one is perennials, right? Third one is perennial. Right, I got some answers. Right. Right. Okay, good. So perennials, right? Those plants require more than 2 years to complete their life cycle, right? We can see a lot of plants, a lot of tree species like mango, avocado, durian, like so many crops, even apple, oranges, they take more than 2 years to complete their life cycle, right? So this is based on their lifespan. Then we can classify horticulture crops based on the climatic requirement, right? Based on the climatic requirement. So we can divide it horticulture crops into 3 groups based on their climatic requirements as temperate horticulture crops, subtropical horticulture crops, and tropical horticulture crops. Right? Right. This is the temperate horticulture crops. So these are the crops that are usually grown in cold climate because they need cool climate. They prefer cool climate for their growth, development, and reproduction. Right? So these are few examples for temperate horticulture crops. We can see that apple, pear, almond, walnut, those are examples for fruits, actually fruits and nuts, right? So almond and walnut, these two are nut crops, right? Because we consume nut of this fruit, right? Almond and walnut. And vegetables, you know, a lot of upcountry vegetables, they prefer cool climate, cool weather condition. I gave here 2 examples, cabbage and cauliflower, but you can take many other upcountry vegetables, right? They are temperate horticulture crops. Then subtropical horticulture crops, right? Subtropical horticulture crops. Those crops require hot and dry climates, but they can tolerate cool temperature as well. They can tolerate little bit frost condition, right? They can tolerate cool condition, but they require hot and dry climate. So these are some examples for subtropical horticulture crops like citrus. I think you know what is citrus, right? And pomegranate, in Sinhala we call delu, and pig, right? Pig, it is not very common in Sri Lanka, that pig fruit, right? And the potato, right? Even some mango varieties, they are subtropical horticulture crops. Those are the plants require hot and dry climate, but can tolerate a little bit of cool temperature, cool weather. Right? This is the difference. Then the tropical horticulture crops. So we can see a lot of tropical horticulture crops in our country, right? Because these crops require hot and humid climate, but cannot tolerate cool temperature. These plants require hot and humid climate, but can't tolerate cool temperature or the low temperature. In here, you can see 2 examples, banana, pineapple. So a lot of other fruits, right? You know, even rambutan, maybe durian, jackfruit, right? Those are the crops require hot and humid climate for their growth, development, and reproduction, right? I think this is clear for you all, right? So is it clear? So do you have any questions about this classification?
It is clear, madam.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right. Then we can categorize horticulture crops based on their growth habits and the physiological characters, right? This is simple classification, right? So trees, because you know, trees, they have separate trunk and branches and leaves, right? These are the structure of a tree. So because they have different growth habit and they have different physiological characters, right? The first category is trees, right? So we can see woody trees like rambutan, apple, citruses, because they produce woody stem, right? And also we can see some herbaceous trees like banana, right? Normally banana does not produce woody stem, right? So we can categorize trees as woody trees and the herbaceous trees. And the second category is shrubs, right? Second one is shrubs. They are not taller like trees, right? Normally that shrubs can grow up to 1 meter, right? These are the examples. Blackcurrant. So I put one picture here. This is blackcurrant fruits and cranberry, right? Cranberry. These are not much available in Sri Lanka, right? Blackcurrants and cranberry. They are shrubs, right? Then the climbers. Climbers have different growth habits, right? They have normally horizontal stems. So these are examples: grapes, passion fruits, right? And the other one is we can categorize or we can classify horticulture crops based on the plant parts used for consumption, right? So in here, you can see some examples, right? So in onion, normally we consume bulb, right? In here you can see a picture of bulb, right? And the pea and beans, maybe cowpea, right? So those things we take pods to consume, right? Then radish and beetroot and sweet potato. So we consume root of that plant, right? In the banana, we consume banana fruit, right? That term is mesocarp, right? It's a part of a fruit, right? Mesocarp, middle part of the fruit. Then the rambutan, we eat aril. So we call this one as aril, right? So likewise, we can categorize horticulture crops based on the plant part we use for consumption, human consumption, right? This is also a simple classification. And also we can classify them botanically, right? We can consider the botanical characters and we can classify horticulture crops into two different groups as monocots and the dicots. I think you all know the difference between monocots and dicots. So can anyone tell me the difference between monocots and the dicots, that main difference at least? In this picture, you can see that, right? So monocots, they normally produce fibrous roots. So in this picture, you can see monocots, they produce large number of roots, right? But in dicots, they produce taproot, right? Taproot and small lateral roots. But we can clearly see a taproot in dicots, right? So these are some examples for dicots. So a lot of horticultural crops belongs to dicots, right? Jackfruit, grapes. In here you can see some tuber crops like beetroot, carrot, right? Those are dicots because we can see a clear taproot in these crops. In fibrous or the monocots, they produce fibrous root. We can see large number of roots, right? This is the example for fibrous root. This is a banana plant. So you can see a lot of fibrous root here. It's very difficult to find here a taproot, right? Because this is a monocotyledon plant. And also pineapple. If you see pineapple, you can clearly see fibrous root, right? So this is a simple classification, right? Yes, this is also correct, right? That monocots leaf produce parallel veins, right? That is also correct, right? So this is the main difference, but we can see some other differences as well. Right. So this is also very important. So we can classify, we can categorize horticulture crops based on their photoperiodic responses. So can anyone tell me? Oh, okay. So we can categorize plant into 3 groups based on their photoperiodic responses as long day plants, short day plants, and day nutrial plants. Right. So can anyone tell me what is a long day plant? So do you have any idea about what is a long day plant? Have you heard these terms before? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, miss, I have heard that dragon fruit is a long day plant. Is it?
Yes, good. Yes, dragon fruit is a long day plant. Right. So that means, let's see any answers. Yes, need more sunlight than daylight. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's correct. It's in long day plants mean they need more than 12 hours of light or the day within the plant, right? To produce flowers. So that is the basic idea of a long day plant. In here, in this picture, you can see. So don't think about this column, right? So this is a bit complicated for you. So just think about these 2 pictures. So this is the requirement of a long day plant, right? That long day plant need more than 12 hours of light per day to produce flowers. So in this diagram, you can see that yellow color section here, it is larger than the ash color part, right? That means it need more light to produce flowers. But what happened if that plant get more dark condition, more than 12 hours of dark condition, that plant does not produce flowers, right? So these are the examples for long day plants like lettuce, radish, spinach, apple. So you can find a lot of examples for long day plants. As you said, dragon fruit also a long day plant, right? Therefore, in some seasons, if we want to induce flowering in dragon fruit, we can provide light. We can provide light by using artificial light sources, right? So I involved in one experiment because in that experiment we provide light by using CFL bulbs. That mean to induce light period, to increase light period to induce flowering in dragon fruit, right? So as you heard, yeah, it's a long day plant, right? And the short day plants, right? Short day plants, they require less than 12 hours of light per day, right? To produce flowers. So in this diagram, you can see that condition, right? So the short day plants, they require less than 12 hours of light per day to flower, right? So this picture you can see this yellow color section is shorter than the ash color section, right? That we need less, less than 12 hours of light per day for flowering. So these are some examples for short day plants: chrysanthemum, cosmos, strawberries, pineapple, right? So you can find so many other examples as well. Yes. Right, good. Right. The day neutral plants, actually they are not depend on the light for their flower. So these are easy crops, so we can cultivate them in any time of the year. But in Sri Lanka, we can't see much difference of day and night time, duration. But most of the temperate countries, during winter, those countries have short days. But in summer period, those countries get long days, right? Therefore, when cultivating crops in those countries, people should consider about their light requirement. But most of the tropical countries, we don't face much problem based on the light requirements of the plant. So tomato, brinjal, chili, cowpea, okra like plants, so they are day neutral plants. So, right. So in here you can see chrysanthemum, right? This is the okra plant. I think that is clear for you all, right? Because I got very good answers, right? Right. Then we can look at what are the branches of horticulture, right? So as we discussed earlier, can anyone tell me there are 4 main branches of horticulture? Right. There are 4 main branches of horticulture. Right. First one is pomology, right? Pomology, oloriculture, then landscape horticulture. Yes, good. Landscape horticulture and the floriculture, right? These are the 4 main branches of horticulture, but other than that, we can see some other branches as well, right? Like amenity horticulture. So you can see a lot of other areas as well. But these are the 4 main branches of horticulture, right? The first one is formology, right? Yes, floriculture, right? That formology. So by looking at these pictures, you can guess what is formology, right? I think you have done some lectures about formology, right? So formology is basically is a branch of horticulture that focuses on the cultivation, production, harvest, and storage of fruit and nut crops, right? This is not only talking about fruits, but also nut crops, right? So have you familiarized with nut crops? Can you give few examples for nut crops? Right? So like almond, walnut, right? Macadamia, right? Those are nut crops because we eat nuts. That economically important part is nut, right? So these are some examples for the fruits. I think you all know, right? So that includes some large fruits like durian, jackfruit, peaches, apple, like temperate fruits, pears, right? And also includes small fruits like berries, like strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, right? And also it includes nuts like almond, walnut, macadamia, right? So study about all those fruits and nuts we call as formology, right? It includes cultivation, production, harvest, and storage, and some processing of fruits and nut crops, right?
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Peanuts. Nuts.
peanut. Actually, it's a field crop, right? It's not a nut. We are in here, we call nut crops mean trees, right? Those are tree nut crops, right?
Okay.
Trees produce nuts. In here, we talk about trees, right? Only trees. Okay, thank you for that question, right? Right. Then olericulture. Okay. That, what do you mean by olericulture? By looking at these pictures, I think you learn some aspects about olericulture as well. It is a study about vegetables, right? So simply we can say it like that. But yes, that olericulture is a branch of horticulture that deal with the production, storage, processing, marketing of vegetables, right? It's all about simply we olericulture is a study about vegetable production. Right? It includes both upcountry vegetables, low country vegetables as well, right? Then landscape horticulture. So what do you mean by landscape horticulture? So I'm not expecting the definition, but any idea about what is landscape horticulture? Maps or the plans and establishment of that design and also the maintenance of that design. So in here, I put a map or the plan used in landscape horticulture. So there are some techniques to develop these sort of maps. There are some softwares as well as people do it in manually, right? So then making this sort of designs and establish them in particular landscapes, either houses or maybe any other commercial place, right? And it includes the maintenance of particular design. So this is another interesting branch of horticulture. So yes, it includes the production and use of ornamental plant in particular landscape to beautify the environment, right? We can simply say it like that, right? So this is, I'm not going to discuss much about this landscape horticulture because it is a very big subject. So these are some simple facts about landscape horticulture, right? Then the floriculture, right? So this is what we are going to study today. So what do you mean by floriculture? Is that talking only about flowers? That floriculture is something we discuss or dealing with flowers as well as the foliage, right? So floriculture is the study of the efficient production of plants that produce showy or the beautiful or the colorful flowers and foliage, right? For human enjoyment. So in floriculture, not only talk about flowers, but also foliage or the beautiful foliage as well, right? So this is what we are going to study today, right? So I'm not going to discuss much about floriculture here because we are going to discuss this area in detail today, right? This is very interesting subject, and I hope you will enjoy during the lectures, right? Right. Okay. So let's discuss about floriculture, right? So floriculture, right? It's the production of plants for their flowers and the foliage, right? This is the simple fact for floriculture, right? It's the production of plants for their flowers as well as foliage. Yes, as we discussed, it is a branch of horticulture. It's a main branch of horticulture. And flowers, actually flowers have a definite role to play in almost all equations of human affairs, right? So that is why this is important, because actually flowers, mainly flowers, but also the foliage as well, because that flowers, these sort of ornamental plants, they are important from birth to death of a person, right? Because they have different, that flowers can be used in different occasions in human life, right? Maybe in birth, even in birthdays, to celebrate wedding, and also the funeral, right? Therefore, that flowers play an important role in human life, right? So we can discuss these things later, right? So, and also floriculture is a high income generating agribusiness. As we discussed, horticulture also high income generating agribusiness, and floriculture is among other horticulture crops, that floricultural crops have very good capacity to earn foreign income, as well as there's a high demand in local market as well, right? And commercial production is mainly under protected cropping system, but can be done outdoors or in crop field. That means the outside, right? So we will discuss those things in later, right? So most of the commercial production, mainly export-oriented production, should be done in protected house, right? That is to maintain quality of the produce. To get a quality flower, to get a quality foliage, we need to cultivate them in protected house, either net house, glass house, or either rain shelter, right? So we need to give good protection for these crops, right? So we will discuss what are the structures and how we can maintain those structures later in this lecture, right? Here you can see some, so this is a sort of a greenhouse. So you can see how we can cultivate them inside a protected house, right? So, and also we can use net houses to cultivate floriculture crops, so the polytunnels, or we can cultivate outside. So this is a tulip cultivation. You can see it's a very beautiful field, right? So in most of temperate countries, they cultivate flowers during summer or the spring, right? That's large scale cultivations. Right. Then the floriculture industry, right? Floriculture is an industry. It's a fast growing and dynamic global industry, right? So, and it's worth more than nearly $50 billion worth industry. In 2020, it was 49 billion US dollars, right? And also that floriculture industry has a constant growth rate, right? And the annual growth rate around 6 to 9%. This is actually global, right? In globally, there's a constant growth of floriculture industry, and the average growth rate around 6 to 9%, right? And this is very important. So that flower consumption has a positive correlation with socio-economic status of people, because this is not an this is not an essential thing for human being like food or shelter or clothes. But when people have more money, right, they spend money on other things, right, other purposes. For an example, if we have more money, people try to buy floriculture items, flowers. But first they spend money for the food items. But after that, they spend money for their other needs. So likewise, if people have money, they spend more on floriculture, more on to buying flowers or the foliage, right? Therefore, if the per capita of the socio-economic status of people increases, flower consumption or the floriculture item consumption also increases. There's a positive correlation with flower consumption and the socio-economic status of people, right? That's why most of the temperate or most of the developed countries, they consume, they buy flowers than people in tropical or the developing countries, right? Especially in the temperate countries, actually people celebrate a lot of days like Father's Days, Mother's Days, Valentine Days. But in Sri Lanka, we celebrate Valentine Days. But normally in developed countries, they celebrate those specific days. So therefore, their flower consumption is high compared to developing countries, right? That is because of their socio-economic status, right? And in global floriculture industry, more than 120 countries are involved, right? So who are the main producer or the main exporter of floriculture products in globally? So do you have any idea which is the most important country when we talk about floriculture in global? Can anyone tell me? Who is the main producer of floriculture products in the world?
India.
Not. Actually, no, right? Yeah, it's good that you are giving some answers, right? But the Netherlands or the Holland is the main producer or the major producer of floriculture items, right? Actually, they produce more floriculture products as well as they export, right? They export as well as they import. It's like a center, right? They produce, they import, and they export. They are doing all sort of activities within the country. So therefore, Netherlands is the most important country for floriculture. When we talk about floriculture, Netherlands is the most important country. So these are the major flower producing countries in the world, right? So Netherlands, then Colombia, Ecuador, Kenya, Belgium, even Ethiopia, Malaysia, Italy, Germany, right? Israel. So those are the countries prominent in floriculture item production in the world, right? So Netherlands is the largest floriculture producer in the world, but if we take some flowers or some types of floriculture items, so that some countries, they produce more some flowers, right? For an example, this, as you can see here, roses. So Ecuador is the largest producer in the world, right? In tulip, Netherlands, right? 80% of tulip in the world produced by Netherlands, right? In the carnation, Colombia, orchid, Thailand, right? Thailand is the main producer, the biggest producer of orchid, because they develop thousands of orchid varieties. This even Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand, those countries are prominent in orchid production in the world, as well as in Netherlands, right? And peonies also Netherlands. So likewise, even Netherlands produce orchid, anthurium. I will show you one video because in Netherlands there's a company called Anthura, right? They are the main producer of anthurium varieties, because they produce large number of anthurium varieties. I will show you later those varieties. And also they produce some orchids, right? Some genera like Phalaenopsis. I will show you those things later, right? Therefore, up to now, you should remember that Netherlands is the main producer, main what we call that. Yes, that is the most important country when we talk about floriculture in the world, right? Right. So why is floriculture important? So we discussed earlier why horticulture is important. So now we can see why horticulture important, right? As you can see here, flowers are symbols of joy, pleasure, right? Love, friendship, and strength, and the sympathy. So flowers can be used to express your feelings, human feelings, right? So as I told you earlier, flowers are important from birth to death, right? They have a significant role, different roles in between birth to death of a person, right? So we can use this plant to show our feelings to someone, right? So that is very important. That is an important part of floriculture. And this is very important. So I don't know whether you have familiarized with those things, but we need to consider about the type and the color of the flower when we give flowers to someone, right? So we can't, but that is not very common in our culture, but in other countries. So people actually think about the color of the flower when give it to someone, right? So I think, as you all know, that what is the color to symbolize love? If you want to symbolize our love to someone, so what is the color of flower you select normally? Right? That is obviously red color, right? So, but in here you can see, if we give that, if you want to give a flower, I mean, so normally people use white color flowers in their weddings, right? Because that symbolize purity, right? So white color flowers and yellow color flowers if you want to show your friendship. So you can give a yellow color flower, right? So red color flower is for love and fashion, right? And the pink color flower symbolize positive attitudes and kindness and openness, right? If you want to show that feelings to someone, so you can give a pink color flower, right? So likewise, there is a meaning of color. So Therefore, you should be very careful when giving flowers to someone, right? Because it has specific meaning, right? Is that clear, right? Right. Okay. So, and also that flowers and foliage can be used in different decorations, right? To prepare flower bouquets, flower baskets, and flower arrangements, and some decorations, right? In various occasions, right? Even in weddings and some other functions in religious places. Likewise, there are so many uses of flowers and even in foliage, right? So cut flowers and cut greens mean foliage, right? So those flowers and foliage can be used in different decorations, right? And also those flowers or the foliage can be used, especially flowers, right? Can be used as hair adornments and bracelets and garlands, right? So this is very common among Tamil girls, Tamil ladies, right? They use jasmine flowers, I think jasmine flowers, to make this sort of hair adornments, right? And also that orchid flowers is very common to use in making garlands. So that is to welcome people. And also bracelets like this. So loose flowers, we will discuss what is a loose flower. So, so those sort of flowers can be used to make different items like this, right? And this is very important, right? So other than those uses, right? Other than those uses, so these especially flowers, right, can be used to produce perfume and oil, right? So in here you can see a perfume produced from carnation, right? In here also oil extracted from different flowers. So some flowers like jasmine, carnation, roses, because they have very good scent on the flowers, right? So those, and also they have some oil in the flower petals. So those oil can be extracted and also can be produced perfumes, right? So these are some industrial uses of floriculture. And this is also another important thing other than, so this is a kind of a trend now, because other than using floriculture items in decoration purposes, those can be used in some food items as well, right? So therefore this is a new area, and there's a trend of using floriculture items, especially flowers, as food items, right? So for an example, in here you can see carnation, right? Carnation can be used to produce wine, candy, and also some cake decorations. And roses can be used to produce syrups. In here you can see jam produced from rose fruits, right? These are rose fruits. So, and roses can be that flowers or the fruits can be used to make jellies and jam, and also they can be used as spreaders and garnish ice creams, desserts, and salads, right? So likewise, there are some food uses as well. So, and this is very important and very famous, I think, nowadays, right? So some flowers like butterfly pea, or as we call Clitoria ternata, in Sinhala we call katarol, right? Those flowers can be used to extract colorant, right? Extract pigments or the dyes. So this is very common nowadays in Sri Lanka, right? So these pigments can be used to give a color to food items as a natural coloring agent, as well as those flowers. So those pigments have some medicinal values as well, right? So this blue colorant, that is because of the anthocyanin pigments in this powder. So this anthocyanin is a phytochemical, right? So those things help to increase human immune system, as well as that is help to prevent some cancers like diseases, right? So therefore, nowadays people actually cultivate this uh, plant, right? I will show you some video if we have some time, right? Nowadays in Sri Lanka, people cultivate and they dry this product, and the people export this Nil Kataradu or the Pretoria Ternata to different countries, right? Nowadays, it is people involved in cultivation of these floriculture plants as well. Yeah? And as we discussed, that floriculture is important because it provides therapeutic benefits, right? Because when we see flowers or when we see beautiful foliage, we feel relaxed because our brain release happy hormones, right? Then we feel relaxed, right? So therefore, that floriculture provide aesthetic benefits as well as the therapeutic benefits, right? Actually, this photo, actually, I was able to attend flower festival at Toowoomba, Australia, when I was in there, right? This is normally they organize this parade in November, October, or November. That means during springtime. So that people decorate their vehicles, their clothes by using flowers, right? And also they decorate their home gardens during that time. So this is happened in Australia, but other than Australia, so many other countries, they also organize these flower parades, right? So I will show you one video, right? So fortunately, I was able to attend one time in there, right? Before COVID period. All these are true flowers, right? All these are true flowers. In here, you can see in this vehicle, right? And in this, I think this is very beautiful, right? This is a tulip festival in Amsterdam. So people decorate their vehicles and they make structures by using natural flowers. Actually, these are natural flowers, right? So these are very beautiful and people enjoy during this time, right? So in here you can see anthurium flower here, right? So, and there are some other flowers here as well, like gerbera, right? So likewise, people enjoy using flowers, right? I will show you one video. If you go to YouTube, so you can see a lot of videos this, right? Um, Right. This is how actually people enjoy with flowers, right? Right. Okay, and also these flowers, especially, they can be used to conserve biodiversity, right? Because this in here you can see some flower species like Xenia, some Salvia species, right? So those species provide nectar and also pollen for insects, right? Especially bees, and also for butterflies and birds, right? Like most of them are pollinators. So therefore, these flowers are important to conserve biodiversity as well, right? I'm not going to discuss much about this. Uh, then, why do growers prefer to cultivate floriculture plants? So people like to cultivate, so growers like to cultivate floriculture plants than other agriculture crops. So why is that? So there are some reasons, right? So these are the reasons that high production per unit area, their productivity is high, especially if you take herbaceous plants and also foliage, they produce a large amount per unit area. And this is very important, no seasonality, right? When compared to the fruit crops, so you know that most of the fruit crops like durian, even jackfruit, even rambutan, mango, right? Most of fruit crops, they are seasonal. Therefore, we can obtain fruits mostly one time per year. But floriculture crops, so we can cultivate them any time of the year, right? Therefore, there's a very big advantage for growers. That is why people or the growers like to cultivate or to grow floriculture plants, because they can take harvest throughout the year, right? So that is another big advantage. And also these floriculture crops can be marketed as fresh products, as fresh flowers, so the foliage, as well as can be sold as the dried floral products, and also can be done some value additions as well, right? And they are resistant to diseases and pests compared to vegetables and some fruit crops, right? And resistant to heat and drought conditions, right? And relative easy to harvest and handle. Because for an example, if you compare with the food, sometimes we need some equipment, or sometimes they are trees, right? So it's hard to harvest. Sometimes we need a few people to harvest from fruit trees. But in floriculture plants, so it is easy to harvest. Sometimes we just need to fill the flower store just to harvest, right? Likewise, there are simple techniques to harvest and handle in floriculture plants. So these are some facts of floriculture plants that make them suitable for cultivation, right? So floriculture industry in Sri Lanka. So I'm going to discuss a little bit about the floriculture industry in Sri Lanka, right? So actually Sri Lanka has enormous botanical diversity and wide range of floriculture species. This is one advantage of Sri Lanka, because in here we can see different agroecological zones, as well as in simply we can see wet zone, dry zone, intermediate zone, right? As well as we can see hill country. So with that diversity, right, we have a lot of plant species, right? For an example, we have tropical plant species, as well as we have temperate plant species. So in similar in horticulture, We can cultivate temperate floriculture plants like roses, carnation, gerbera, because we have hill country, right? And same time, we can cultivate anthurium, orchids, heliconia, like tropical foliage, tropical floriculture plants in low country, right? Likewise, we can cultivate or we can grow a wide range of floriculture species because of the diversity of the country. Right? And cultivation of flowers has existed in ages, because as we know, in our history, most of our kings, they made parks with flowering plants. For an example, Mahamevna, right? So those are close to monastery and temple. Therefore, to obtain flowers, most of these people planted some flowering plants in those parks, right? For an example, like Ashoka and Aralia, like plants, right? Therefore, we have very good history, long history about growing flowering plants. And the floriculture industry was started in 1970 in Sri Lanka, but it was expanded in 1980 and 81 period, right? We started export-oriented floriculture in 1980, 80 and 81 period, right? And Sri Lanka is recognized as one of the best quality horticulture production centers in the world. And in the floriculture industry in Sri Lanka, most of there's a very good chance to get employment for women, right? Even in now, we can see a lot of ladies, lot of women involved in floriculture industry, because even in home garden, they can start small business with floriculture plants. So therefore, most of there's a very good chance to increase woman employment in this industry, right? So what are the major growing areas of floriculture plants in Sri Lanka, right? So we can see a lot of areas like Western Province, that Kampaha, Kalutara, Colombo, and Northwestern Province, Kurunegala and Puttlam district, because we can see a lot of cultivation, export-oriented cultivation in these districts, right? Gampaha, Kurunegala, Puttlam, because the one reason is this these areas little bit closer to airport. That is why the export-oriented cultivations are established in those areas. And in Central Province, these are the main growing areas: Kandy, Matale, Kegol, Nureli, and Badulla, because most of the temperate floriculture species like roses, carnation, gerbera, some lilies, those sort of species can be cultivated in Nuwara and Bandarivel-like areas. And these are some potential area for expansion, because actually there's a limitation of expansion of cultivation in these areas because of the urbanization and industrialization, right? Because that human population is high in these Western Province and the Northwestern Province. Therefore, these are potential areas like Southern and the Sabaragamu provinces to expand floriculture industry or the cultivations. Right. Then we look at what are the floriculture items in Sri Lanka. Yeah? What we produce as floriculture items. So can anyone tell me one floriculture item we produce? Right. So this is first one, that is ornamental foliage plants, right? So in here I put some pictures here, but I'm not sure whether you're familiarized with the name of this plant, right? So these ornamental foliage plants can be exported as rooted cuttings or the unrooted cuttings or the canes, right? So in here you can see some rooted cuttings. So this is cotton plant. So this in here they are this I think few shoots are there. So they are planted in oasis trees, and that I will show you how to produce these plants later, right? Right. No need to think about that now, right? So these are some examples of ornamental foliage plants, right? Dracaena, cordyline, right? Cordium. So these are three species. These are actually botanical names. It's hard to find common name for these plants, but that cordium is croton, right? I think most of you heard that name, right? These are croton, and these are foliaceas, right? In Sinhala, people call copacola, right? So these are this is a foliaceous species. This is a Dracaena, right? So and the cut leaves, right? Cut decoration leaves, so the cut leaves, or else we call cut foliage, or nowadays we call cut greens, right? So normally we export or we produce foliage, right? So in here you can see the cordyline species, this Caryota urens, in Sinhala we call Kitul, right? Then Dieffenbachia, then Livistonia is a farm, then Monstera, and sometimes some buyers, they ask to make mixture of leaves, right? So therefore that growers, they make this sort of mixtures, that foliage mixtures we call, people call tropical mix. It's a mixture of foliage to export, right? This is the export product. So likewise, these are some examples for cut leaves, cut foliage, right? And the cut flowers, right? So these are some examples for cut flowers. Anthurium, orchid, heliconia, and ornamental ginger. Actually, these are tropical cut flowers, and carnation, roses, alstroemeria, chrysanthemum, lilies. So those are temperate cut flowers. So we will learn those things in detail later, right? So these are some examples I just want to show you. And the tropical aquarium plants, right? So we produce these plants, and we export as well. So these are a few examples like Echinodorus and Lagendra and Aponogeton. So here you can see Aponogeton plant here. Then these are Echinodorus, right? Right. These are some examples for aquarium plants, right? And landscape plants. So there are so many landscape plants, including some shrubs, climbers, and some plants for hedges, bedding plants, ground clovers, right? So these are few examples. So Ixora species in Sinhala we call Ratman, right? Bougainvillea, I think you all know Bougainvillea. And this is actually Strephrella plant, Strephrella, right? This is Christina, Syzygium species, and some bedding plants. Here you can see Celoseus and some Zinnias, right? And some marigold plants here, I think, right? So these are some bedding plants here. In here, it's a ground cover, right? And also include some grasses, turf grasses, including Desmodium, that in Sinhala we call Udupialia. Likewise, there are so many plants can be used in landscape horticulture, right? So these are few examples, right? landscaping plants, and also tissue culture plants. Some growers, they produce tissue culture plants and they sell those products. In here you can see one company, Ramya Horticulture. They produce tissue culture plants and they sell their plants to outside. And these are the species used in tissue culture techniques: Anthurium, orchids, Dracaena, cordyline. In here you can see Anthurium tissue culture plants here, and here you can see orchids plants in tubes, right? And the flower seeds, right? This is also very important in Sri Lanka, that Quality Seed Private Limited, that's a Haley's group. So they produce seeds. Actually, they produce hybrid seeds as well as some open pollinated seeds. So these are some examples of species they use to produce seeds: Petunia and Amaranth, right? I think some of you may know this flower, right? And Petunia and African violet and celosia, right? So they produce flower seeds. They are doing some process. They do hand pollination and they make pure lines, and they produce seeds, and they export flower seeds, right, to different countries. And dried plant products, these are also people export this sort of products, like dried flowers like the Nilkatarolu, right? Here you can see, and also some lotus flowers, and this is rose flower buds, and also some coconut products like coconut husks, like products also. So, and some dried flowers, right? And the flower arrangements, right? Plant arrangements, and here you can see using some Dracaena species to make some decorations, right? These are the floriculture items in Sri Lanka, right? And the final one is loose flowers. So as we discussed, so jasmine and marigold and Nilkatarolu, right? These are loose flowers, mean they don't have flower store, right? These flowers pick from flowers without the flower store, right? That is why they are called as loose flowers. So examples are jasmine, marigold, Nilkatarolu, and some Valida species, that mean in Idda in Sinhala we call, right? Those are available in Sri Lanka, right, as loose flowers. Right. Then we can discuss a little bit about floriculture export performance in Sri Lanka. So you can see that we have consistent earn from exporting these floriculture products, right? So except 2020, I think this is because of COVID, but normally we earn around 15 billion into 2022, right? Exporting floriculture products. So this is average, right? Average value. So therefore, we need to try to increase this production, right? Because we have potential, we have very good biodiversity, so we have a lot of species. Therefore, that we should take some actions to improve, to enhance this value, right? This is the current value, current foreign exchange we earn from exporting floriculture products, right? And in here you can see the composition of exports of floriculture items. So this is also 2022, right? We earn a lot of money by exporting foliage, right? So it's nearly 88% of the total export right? So then 9 point from floriculture seeds, right? Then very low from cut flowers and aquatic plants, right? So we earn a lot of money by exporting foliage, right, in Sri Lanka. And we export our floriculture items to different countries. That our main buyer is Netherlands, then Japan, then Saudi Arabia, United States, Australia, United Kingdom, Denmark, Germany, and Kuwait. So those countries are the major export countries. So we export our floriculture items to these countries. Okay? And the producers of floriculture products. So in Sri Lanka, we can categorize floriculture growers into 3 categories, right? So the first one is large-scale export-oriented growers. Then the second one, middle-level or the medium-scale growers. And the third one is small-scale or the village-level growers. So large-scale export-oriented growers, actually they target export market. They don't produce or they don't provide their production to local market. They invest a lot of money on their business, and they normally their cultivation or their land extend more than 5 acres, and they invest a lot of money to make greenhouses, net houses, and they use high technologies. They use tissue culture plants, and sometimes they import planting material, and also they import materials to construct their greenhouse and fertilizer and irrigation system like this. So we can, in Sri Lanka, we can see more than 40 large-scale floriculture growers in Sri Lanka. So if you go to internet and if you search, if you go to Export Development Board, so you can find the name of these growers. That for an example, that Omega Green in Badalgama, Katana, Asian Cutting, and Myflora Private Limited in Ramukkana, and Ramya Horticulture in Valpita. Likewise, there are some large-scale growers in Sri Lanka. And the middle level, actually, normally, or the medium-scale growers, they act as contract growers of these export-oriented growers. They produce their, they provide their produce to export-oriented growers, or they sell their product in local market. Right? So the small scale village level or the home garden level growers, they provide their production or their plants to the local market, right? Only for local consumption. So these are the 3 main producers of floriculture products in Sri Lanka. Right. Then the constraint, I'm not going to discuss much about this thing, right? So some constraint faced by floriculture industry. So accuracy and high cost of air cargo. Actually, this is a main problem for export-oriented growers, because they need to send their product to the export country, and especially these floriculture products, they are perishables, even flowers and foliage, so they can't keep for a long time. Therefore, it is essential to export as soon as possible of harvesting, right? So that high cost of air cargo is a big problem for export-oriented growers, and also sometimes it is difficult to get clearance from authorized authorities to send their products, because it is essential to certify that these products have no any pest or disease problem before export. Therefore, it takes some time to get that clearance as well. Okay? That is also another problem faced by large-scale growers. And also lack of locally produced new varieties, although some varieties produced by Department of Agriculture, Royal Botanic Garden. So those varieties are not enough to meet the required standard for export market, right? Therefore, some growers, they actually import planting materials and varieties for their production. So this is a big problem. And lack of facilities for research and development. Government actually, they provide very low money for research and development. And lack of trained personnel. So each and every steps in the production process need skilled laborers when producing floriculture items. So this is another problem, and need the initial investment to start this sort of business, right? And lack of improved system for marketing, that is actually for the small scale or the for medium scale growers. They don't have a well-developed marketing system, right? And limited land for expansion. Actually, that wet zone is the most suitable area for floriculture production. But due to urbanization and industrialization, it is hard to expand cultivation in those areas. And lack of appropriate pest and disease control methods. So due to the restriction for the importation of some chemicals, now people face problems of controlling pest and diseases in floriculture as well as the agriculture. And competitors, because a lot of countries, especially some African countries, now they enter into the floriculture industry, and therefore we have competition with them, right? An unorganized market, that is for small scale or the medium scale growers, and also difficult to obtain some financial assistance from banks and other organizations. It's also another problem for small scale or medium scale growers. And the transport problems, right? Because these are perishables and need proper vehicles to transport. So some small scale or medium scale growers, they face problem when transporting their items, right? So these are few constraints of floriculture industry. Right, so there are some more constraints, right? So you have some time for independent learning. So you better read some documents, because I will upload some documents to your LMS, right? You better read those materials and find some other constraints as well, right? So these are some very few constraints faced by our floriculture industry, right? Right. This is also a task for you, right? So you better do this task afternoon after I finish this lecture, right? So you better write down this question, right? So what are the possible ways to improve the floriculture sector in Sri Lanka? So we actually discuss the constraint, right? Then you better think as young people, right? You better think what we can do to improve our floriculture sector in Sri Lanka, because we need to think to earn more foreign exchange, right? Foreign earn. So therefore, this is a very good sector that we can improve to obtain more foreign earns, right? Therefore, write down what are the possible ways to improve floriculture sector in Sri Lanka, right? So you better do this in afternoon, right? When I finish the lectures, right? Okay. Right. That's all about the introduction and horticulture, that introduction to horticulture, as well as the floriculture industry and floriculture industry in Sri Lanka as well as floriculture industry global, right? So global floriculture industry. So do you have any questions up to now? Is that clear? Am I too fast? Am I too fast or what do you feel?
No, madam, it is good.
Okay. Okay, then we'll get a break, right? So how about take 15 minutes break? So you can have a tea and come.
Okay, madam,
Please.
we can have a 15-minute break.
Yes, we'll
Thank
come
you.
around 11:10, right? I will start the lecture 11:10. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thanks. Right. We discussed about the introduction to horticulture and some aspects of floriculture. So now I want to discuss a little bit about the cut flower production with you, right? So first we look at what is a cut flower, right? So in here you can see some pictures of cut flowers used in Sri Lanka mainly, right? So then what are cut flowers? So what do you mean by a cut flower? So by looking at these pictures, can anyone tell me what is cut flower? Normally, so we can say cut flower. So cut flowers are flowers, so flower buds, right? Often with some stem and leaf part that have been cut from the plant bearing it. So in here you can see examples. So this is a carnation flower. This is coming with the individual flower, single flower with the flower stem, right? Normally cut flower comes with flower plus flower stalk and sometimes leaves, right? In here you can see carnation as a typical cut flower with 2 leaves, right? And part of the stem, right? In here you can see gerbera. Gerbera also flower with stalk. Normally we harvest flower with stalk, part of stalk, right? So this is how we define cut flowers, right? So but in roses sometimes, so some species we harvest with flower plus some buds, right? Even orchids, we harvest flower that is actually inflorescent. It contains flowers and buds, right? So we will discuss those things later, right? This is simply definition for cut flowers. So in Sri Lanka, we can identify 2 main types of cut flowers, as we discussed earlier as well. So tropical cut flowers, these are examples: Anthurium, orchids, heliconias, right? In here you can see heliconia, right? Then temperate cut flowers, those prefer cool climate. So these are few examples: carnation, rose, alstroemeria, chrysanthemum, lilies, and iris. So I will show you some of the photos of these species later, right? So these are the typical uses of cut flowers. We discussed a lot of uses of floriculture items. So these are some specific uses for cut flowers. as vast displays and wreaths, right? And garlands to worship, right? And for decorations, for bouquets as gift, right? And industrial purposes, as we discussed earlier, right? And for therapeutic purposes, uses, right? So likewise, there are so many uses of cut flowers, specifically cut flowers, right? Let's discuss some cultivation and management practices of economically important cut flowers, right? So I'm going to discuss three main cut flowers: anthurium, orchids, and roses with you, right? So because we don't have time to discuss all of them, and also I want to discuss a little bit about foliage plant production, right? Therefore, I'm trying to use some aspects of anthurium, orchid, and roses. But if anyone need more information about other cut flowers, I can give you details, right? So this is because of the time constraint. So first one is anthurium, right? So in here you can see some beautiful anthurium flowers, right? I think this is very common in home gardens, especially in wet zone, even in the dry zone, some places, right? This is very common type of plant species in home gardens, right? This was very famous in 1990s or 1980s. I'm not sure whether you can remember in your parents' wedding or maybe your relatives' wedding that was happening in 1990 or 1980s, maybe early 2000. So people use these anthurium flowers for their weddings, right? To make bouquets and to decorate city back. So this was very famous and popular cut flower in those days. But nowadays, mostly people use different type of flowers like orchids or maybe roses. But early days, people use anthurium in many occasions, right? So anthurium, in English we call flamingo flowers, or sometimes we call boy flower because of the structure of the flower. And anthurium belongs to family Araceae, right? Family Araceae, and it is a genus we call anthurium, and it has nearly 1,500 species, large number of species, right? So in here you can see few species. So this is cut flower type anthurium, and this is a foliage anthurium. So I will show you some pictures later, right? So likewise, there are large number of species of this genus. And it has South and Central American origin, right? Especially that Guatemala area. So anthurium, right? Anthurium, we normally call this is anthurium flower, right? So is it a flower or is it an inflorescence? Is it a single flower? Normally we call this is anthurium flower, right? So is this a single flower or it's a cluster of flowers?
It's a single flower.
No, right? So this is not a single flower. This is an inflorescence, right? So this is actually a modified foliage. We call it as spathe, right? So this is spadix. So this is a fleshy structure. So on this structure, there are large number of individual flowers, right? So we don't have a practical class, so otherwise I could show you that, because in here So there are so many flowers, right? Those are bisexual flowers. That means those flowers contain both male and female parts, but they mature in different times, right? I don't know whether you remember, sometimes you can see some powder-like structures on this spades, right? Because those are pollen of the flowers. Sometimes you may remember, you may see that there's a sticky substances and sometimes ants on it, right? So that is because that female part get mature, right? So I will upload video for you. If you like, you can go and see that. So that is about the pollination. So then you will get some information about these things, but keep in mind, this is not a single flower. This is an inflorescence, right? So that flowers, lot of flowers on this spades, and flowers open from bottom to top, right? The oldest flowers located at the base of the spades, and the youngest flowers at the tip of the spades, right? So flowers are inconspicuous, means flowers are very minute, very smaller in size, right? So therefore, keep in mind that this is not a single flower. This is an inflorescence, right? Flowers are bisexual. The type of anthurium, we can use anthurium as cut flower, right? So in here you can see two type of anthurium flower. So if you take this spades, this one, right? It has very smooth structure, but in here you can see a wrinkle appearance on the spade, right? So likewise, this texture is different in these two, right? So normally for cut flower anthuriums, we use a species called Anthurium andriana, right? Anthurium andriana species. But there are so many other ornamental foliage anthurium species as well. I think some of you may see this species, right? So it is very common in home gardens. So that is we call Anthurium crystallina, or the crystal anthurium, because this plant has heart-shaped big leaves, but normally that plant doesn't produce attractive inflorescence like cut flower, right? Like here. So this is the inflorescence of this plant. This is normally green in color. This spade, so this spade, both are not much attractive like cut flower anthurium, right? But they produce attractive foliage. Therefore, anthurium, some anthurium species can be used as foliage species, right? And this is bird nest anthurium, Anthurium hookeri, right? So it has very long lanceolate shaped leaf, right? Likewise, there are so many other foliage anthurium species as well. And this is also very common. This is potted flowering anthurium. So this famous one, Anthurium Lady Jane, that means the plant size is smaller than cut flower or the foliage species, but they produce small, large number of flowers at once. But in cut flower anthuriums, normally a plant produce single inflorescence at once. Actually, per year, one plant produce 6 to 8 flowers, right? But in potted anthurium, potted flowering anthuriums, or the Lady Jane or the red hot-like varieties, they produce smaller size, large number of flowers at once, right? So that is why they are used as potted plants. So this variety also Anthurium andriana, right? Then the cut flower anthurium varieties, we can identify 6 main type of spathe colors, right? 6 spathe colors. So the red, orange, white, pink, coral pink, and the bicolor. So red spathe ones, red spathe ones have high demand in the market, but these others also have increasing demand, right? We'll see some varieties later. So this is bicolor anthurium variety. That means it can the spathe contain 2 colors, right? In Sri Lanka, actually, that Royal Botanic Garden is the main institution responsible for producing cut flower varieties, right? So they produce 31 anthurium varieties so far, and they have export potential, right? So in here you can see some examples, right? Candy Red, MHLR, Atukorala, Barbidol, Enaksha, Kanti, Lakisur, Kamala, RGB White, right? So in here you can see some pictures of them, right? So these are red color spathe varieties. And here you can see some orange color varieties and red color ones, right? So you can see their names, right? Candy, Kamala, Sunset, Maitri, right? Kanti. So these varieties produced by the Royal Botanic Garden, Perade. Right? And also they produce some potted anthurium plants as well. Pabalu, right? Pabalu, Pearl, right? RBG, Splendor, and Royal Rush. Likewise, they produce potted plants as well, right? Then other than those varieties, EDB, Export Development Board, imported 13 varieties from Holland or the Netherlands and India to produce here and to export, right? So these are the imported varieties from Holland and India. Tropical, right? This is red color spathe variety, and it has a very high demand in the world market, right? And Midori, it's a green color spathe variety, and Carnival, it has pink color margin at this plate, and Fantasia, another beautiful variety, Grace, Paradiso, Casino, Acapana, Rapido, Safari, Choco, Pirate, right? And Barol, Tropical Night. So these are the varieties imported from Holland and India, and now farmers or the growers cultivate these plants here and they export these varieties, right? So that most of these varieties were produced by Antura company in Holland, right? So they have the patent for this plant species, not only Anthurium, but also they produce some orchids. So therefore, it is not allowed to produce planting material within the country, right? If someone want to export this particular species, they need to import planting material from them, right? Then only they can export those varieties, because that patent rights, right? Therefore, propagation is illegal without permission from them, because they have the patent rights for their varieties. So I will show you one video how they produce these varieties, and I will upload some leaflets, or I can show you some leaflets with their varieties, right? Okay, let's see there. Like this. Right, I think you can see this now, right? So this is the leaflet produced by Antora company, right? So this is how they display their varieties, right? So this is the logo of the Anthurium, that they are Antora company, right? So these are the varieties they produce, right? So they produce large number of varieties, not only cut flowers, but also potted Anthuriums in different types, right? Right. So these are the climatic requirements for Anthuriums. So Anthurium can be cultivated up to 4,000 feet from sea level. That means Anthurium cannot be cultivated in hill country, right? So more successful in mid-country wet zone and low-country wet zone. These are the major growing areas of Anthurium in Sri Lanka: Kandy, Kegol, Gampaha, Colombo, Kalutara, Galle, Matara, and Ratnapur, right? So low country dry zone is not recommended for commercial cultivation because Anthurium cannot tolerate high temperature there, right? And also it cannot tolerate high cool condition as well, right? Low temperature as well. That reduce the production of the plant. So in cooler areas, plant produce or the reduced growth rate. Therefore, this is the most suitable area for Anthurium cultivation, and these are the most suitable areas to cultivate Anthurium in Sri Lanka. So Anthurium is a shade-loving plant, right? It needs shade for flower production and also for plant growth and development. Therefore, when cultivating Anthurium, we need to provide shade, right? This is the shade requirement, 70 to 80%. So we can provide shade by using natural shade condition. That means we can cultivate them under a tree, or else we can cultivate them under a net house, right? I will show you those pictures later. So keep in mind that it is essential to provide shade for Anthurium. Okay? And this is the optimum light intensity, 20,000 lux, and temperature. So this is the average temperature or the daytime temperature, 21 to 30 Celsius, in average 26. Then in night temperature should not lower than 15 Celsius, right? And this is the RH, preferred RH, 50 to 70%. And rainfall need more than 1,500 millimeter rainfall. So as I told you earlier, shade is essential. So that growers or farmers can provide natural shade by using trees. Normally, in Department of Agriculture, they recommend jam tree, right? Muntinga calabura. So jam tree as a shade tree for Anthurium, right? But for the commercial scale or the export-oriented cultivation should be cultivated under the net house. So for that, black color nylon nets or maybe green color nylon nets with this 70 to 80% of shade nets can be used to make shade houses or the net houses. So in here you can see a picture, right? And this is the recommended growing medium, right? Anthurium. So I think you know what is leaf mold. It is half decayed or the coconut husk species, 4 part, and the dried cattle manure. It is essential to take dried one, 2 parts, and river sand, 1 part, and need to add tile brick pieces or charcoal pieces. That is to improve drainage, right? Improve drainage. So this is the recommended growing medium for Anthurium. But other than that, there are some other media as well. So you can use coconut husk pieces, cattle manure, river sand. 1:1 is a 1 ratio. But when using this one, it is essential to add some amount of dolomite, right? And also can be used this mixture as well, coir dust, cattle manure, or river sand in same parts, and coir dust and river sand in same amounts, right? So this is actually a temporary medium, but need to go for this kind of media after some time, right? So there are some other media as well. For the time constraint, I will give you only these 4. And the growing systems, right? So Anthurium can be cultivated in pots, beds, and the gutters, right? So there are 3 systems: pot culture, bed culture, and gutter culture. So pot culture means we can use pots to grow plants. For that, cement pots, clay pots, or plastic pots can be used. But we need to consider about the plant age and the plant size when selecting a pot, right? So normally we use 8 to 10-month-old plant for planting from nursery, and this is the size for this size plant. So this is the diameter of the pot, and this is the height of the pot, right? So either we can use clay pot, cement pot, or the clay pot, right? So this is how we need to fill the pot. So first, actually in the pot, there should be a hole at the bottom. I think you know why we need to keep a hole at the end. That is to provide or the facilitate to remove or the drainage excess water from the planting media, right? First, we need to put a tile piece here, then put brick pieces, then add leaf mold layer, then add potting media, right? Then you can keep that plant on the planting medium, like somewhere out here. Then fill the pot by using planting medium, but it is essential to keep at least 1 inch from the top to planting medium. It is not good to fill up to the top of the pot, because we need to keep some space to remove excess water, right? Therefore, this is how we need to plant Anthurium plant in a pot, right? In the bed culture, for the commercial scale cultivation, this is essential. The raised bed is the recommended one, but sunken bed also can be prepared for Anthurium, especially in dry areas. Right, this is the height of the bed, 6 to 8 inch, and we can use wooden or maybe cement blocks or maybe tile to make beds. Then the width of the bed 4 to 5 feet. This is because we should use this width that is help to do maintenance practices easily, right? That length, not more than 50 meters, we can make up to 50 meters, but width should be in this range, right? That is because to apply management practices easily. Then in between beds, we need to keep at least 3 feet width path, right? That is to help to move easily and to transport materials. And at the bottom, we need to add the brick or tile pieces, that is to improve drainage. Then add planting medium up to 7 inch. Then we can do planting. But for the export-oriented cultivation, it is essential to avoid soil contamination, right? In here, I'm not going to discuss that technique much, but I will tell you. So if someone want to produce anthurium flowers for export market, so it is essential to avoid soil contamination, right? Therefore, we can use same beds, raised bed or the sunken beds, but it is essential to put a polythene layer, right? Top of the soil, it is essential to put a polythene layer. Then top of that, the perforated sloan pipe can be put, that is to remove excess water from the bed. Then top of that, we can add a brick or tile layer. Then add coconut husk pieces. Normally for the export-oriented cultivations, coconut husk pieces used. Then add coconut husk pieces. Then plant can be planted there, right? Then add the irrigation line. So that is how we need to do for export-oriented crops, but I'm not explain that one in here, right? So you need to keep in mind only these things. That's it, just for your information, right? If anyone interested, I can give more details on that one as well. So this is the plant spacing, 30 by 30 or 45 by 45 centimeter. Or for more mature plants, we can plant 60 by 60 centimeter, right? We can plant triangular or the square planting and 2 plants per hole. This is the plant for hectares, 50,000 plants per hectare, right? This is for commercial scale level cultivation. For the gutter cultures, actually we can, this is a good technique because this can be used in export cultivations as well, because we can live these systems if we want, right? These gutters can be from rigiform, fiberglass or polystyrene sheets, and the shapes may be V shape, W shape or the U shape. In here you can see W shape gutter, right? So the height around 30 centimeter. Then this is something for export oriented system, right? In here you can see there's a white color polythene at the bottom, right? Then top of that there's a perforated sloan pipe here, right? Then top of that the planting medium, right? This is what we do in the bed culture as well, that export oriented bed culture systems, right? Then here you can see the irrigation line, drip lines, right? Okay, is that clear about these systems? Because I'm not going to explain everything as we don't have time. But if you can't understand, please let me know. Right. I think it is clear for you all, right? Okay. Then the propagation. So anthurium can be propagated by seeds or some other vegetative methods. So I'm not going to discuss much about the this technique, right? So these are anthurium seeds, orange color seeds, right? So in here you can see the initial stage of the seeds. So in here you can see maybe 2 seeds inside this seeds, and it is better to remove this layer before planting, because there are germination inhibitors in this gelatinous layer. Therefore, before planting this seed, it is essential to remove this gelatinous cover, right? So normally these seeds take longer time to produce flowers. Therefore, these seeds only used in producing new varieties. And also these new plants, they are different to each other, right? That's why it's called as offsprings are strongly heterogeneous. That means these flowers or these plants are not similar to their mother plants, right? Therefore, this one is not suitable for commercial cultivation. This is only for producing new varieties, right? There are some vegetative propagation techniques that can be used in anthurium propagation. So stem cuttings, I think you know that we can use stem pieces to produce new plants, and the axillary buds. So if we remove top part of the plant, so we can see some small plantlets coming from base of the plants, right? Those are called axillary buds. So we can use those type of plants as planting materials. And suckers and divisions. So I think you may see that anthurium plants, they produce small plants from the base of the plants, right? Maybe 2 or 3 plants from one plant per year, right? So those small plants we call as suckers. So those plants also can be used as planting materials. And also tissue culture techniques can be used to produce plants. In here you can see tissue cultured anthurium plants, right? Right. Then the other maintenance practices of anthurium. Irrigation is essential, so we can use different method. We can use a hose and do it manually for small scale cultivation, but for the commercial scale cultivation, it's better to go sprinkler or drip system. And watering should be done in the morning. Afternoon, it's not good. After 3, it is not good to apply water, because that will create some diseases. That is not only for anthurium, that is only for all other crops. It is good to do watering in the morning, and not good to apply water after 3 p.m. Right? And it's better to provide high humidity around the plant and the beds, because anthurium is a moisture-loving plant, and fertigation can be done using drip irrigation system. Right? In the drip irrigation system, we can apply both water and fertilizer. That is, we call fertigation. Right? Therefore, drip irrigation system can be used to fertigation. And this is the fertilizer. We can use liquid or granular fertilizer, and it is better to apply both macro and micronutrients, microelements. The macronutrients are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So we can provide other micronutrients like manganese, copper, like microelements by using slow releasing fertilizers. Right. So the small plants, this is a little bit important. So small plants, we need to provide more nitrogen, right? Why is that? Can anyone tell me why we need to provide nitrogen for small plants? Do you know this fertilizer mixture like NPK? Are you familiarized with those terms? What do you mean by NPK? Can anyone tell me?
Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium.
Yes, good, right? So for the small plants, we need to provide more nitrogen. In this mixture, you can see 30, 10, and 10, right? And this is the balanced mixture. Right in here also, more nitrogen, right? That is because plant need more vegetative growth during this time, right? That is why we need to provide more nitrogen at the beginning, right? For the medium-sized plant, we need to provide balanced mixture, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So it is better to rotate this, right? Mixtures, right? So in here you can see a mixture with more potassium. That is because plant that phosphorus also need to increase their stem girth and also for root development, right? That is why sometimes we need to add fertilizer with more phosphorus. It is better to apply these mixtures alternatively, right? For adult plants, we need to apply more potassium, right? Because potassium essential for flowering, right? That is why for the adult plants, we need to apply more potassium. So these are the other maintenance practices. We need to remove excess plants. We just need to keep 4 to 5 leaves per plant. And that remove bottom leaf, that is to avoid high RH, because high RH conditions create some diseases, right? Especially fungal diseases. And remove suckers and all plants. And we need to refill medium because a system can be last only for 8 years. So after that, we need to replace. But time to time, we need to refill the medium and need to control weeds. But we can't see much weed growth because these polytunnels under net houses, that weed growth is quite low, right? And the system should last at least 8 years, right? After that, we need to start the cultivation again, right? This is the economical time period for anthurium cultivation. And the harvesting, we have to harvest mature flowers. It is better to harvest early morning or late evening. That is to enhance shelf life, right? Then that is how we should identify the correct stage of harvesting of flowers. 10 to 12 days after unfolding of spathe, right? I think you know what is spathe, right? So, and this spathe is 60 to 50% of spathes become rough. Right? That is the best stage to harvest anthurium flowers. And it is at that time flower stalk is hard. Therefore, we need to harvest with flower stalk, right? As it is a cut flower. And soon after cutting, it is better to put them in a water bucket. That is to enhance shelf life while making water connection in the flower stalk, right? And wash spathe if necessary. And the vast life of mature flowers around 3 to 4 weeks, right? Then harvest in weekly intervals. If we maintain properly cultivation, we can harvest weekly intervals. So normally a plant produce 6 to 8 flowers per year, right? Therefore, we can take roughly 1 flower from 2 months intervals, right? So this is how harvested flowers put in water bucket in a large scale cultivation. Right? So these are pest and diseases of Anthurium. I'm not going to discuss much about these problems, right? I just want to give very brief information about the pest and diseases of Anthurium. Spider mites, right? So they normally stay underside of the leaves and they feed on the leaf tissues and they suck the sap from the leaf tissues, right? So then we can see the discoloration of the leaves and some white patches and distortion of leaves like this. They can attack the flowers as well. So we can destroy them or we can manually remove them, or it's better to apply sulfur. And also we can apply T4 like chemicals for the small scale cultivation and can be applied neem extract. So these are some control methods for spider mites. And slugs and the snails, they feed on succulent parts of the plant. So they normally attack in the night. So can be used some baits using methaldehyde or some alcohol to control them, or we can control them by manually, right? And the caterpillars, mealybugs, termite, scales, okay? There are also some pests, and this is important. So this disease we call bacterial blight. The causal organism is Xanthomonas campestris variety Diefenbachia, right? So this is a quite destructive disease in Anthurium. So this is a bacterial disease. Therefore, we can't control them by applying chemicals. So we need to take precautions to avoid bacterial diseases, right? So we can see the symptoms from the edge of the leaves, and also we can see brown color patches with white halo on the leaves. I will show you one picture next slide. So then leaves fall and root become watery and finally plant die. So that also can be some symptoms can be seen on spathe as well, like brown color, burnt like appearance, and leaves and flowers can be removed easily from plants. So in here you can see the infected leaf here. So this is the yellow color halo, right? This is the brown color patch and this is the yellow color halo. So this is the quite common symptom of this bacterial disease. And also they produce some bad odor, as this is a bacterial disease, right? So this organism can be spreaded through water or infected plant materials and contaminated hands and the tool and also the growing media. Therefore, it is very essential to take precautions to remove or to avoid this disease, right? Because there's no chemical to control bacterial disease. We can't apply antibiotics to control bacterial diseases for plants. So these are the things we need to do to avoid this disease: to use healthy planting material, proper watering, improve sanitation, avoid soil contact, especially for export-oriented cultivations, and infected field may be kept fallow period. That means we don't use them for cultivation for some time, and use drip irrigation system rather than sprinklers, because if we use sprinklers, that is help to spread this disease, right? And maintain sanitation of workers and equipment, and also can be used copper containing fungicide as a precaution, right? Okay, that's all about Anthurium. Any questions? Oh. Uh, can't you hear me? Can you hear me? Because someone posted like no sound here. Okay. Okay. Maybe you better check your sound. I think others can hear me. Okay. Right. So any questions regarding anthurium? Because I quickly go through its techniques. Right. If you don't understand anything, please stop me at any point, right? Then ask any questions. So the right. Right. How transporting? So actually we need to I will show you that, right? So we need to pack them in a cardboard boxes, right? So let me give 1 minute. Right. I'll quickly show you this one, right? So this is how we need to process them after harvesting, right? So we need to remove stalk, some part of the stalk, and we need to cover it by using cellophane paper. Then it is better to put a wet cotton at the end of the peduncle or the flower stalk, or we can do aquapack, right? This is a vial containing water, so that flower stalk can be inserted into this sort of vial, right? So after that, that flowers can be packed in a cardboard boxes. That mean the corrugated cardboard boxes. That mean that box should contain some holes, right? That is to provide good aeration. Then these flowers can be packed in this way, right? So I think it's clear for you. So this is how that flower should be packed, right? Then we need to stick this vial into the box like this, right? After that, so that paper shredded can be used to fill the gaps in the box like this. That help to avoid damages during transportation. So that is how we need to transport it, right? This is for export, right? This is how we need to pack flowers for export purpose, right? I think that is clear for you, right? Is that clear? Right. Okay. Then we'll discuss a little bit about orchid cultivation, right? This is also a tropical cut flower, and this is the most demanded tropical cut flower in the world. Orchid is a beautiful flower. And this is the most popular tropical cut flower in the world, and it belongs to family Orchidaceae. And it has cosmopolitan distribution. That means except glaciers, except in Arctic and Antarctic region, we can see these plants in almost everywhere in the world, right? That is why we call it has a cosmopolitan distribution, right? This is one of the largest family in flowering plants, Orchidaceae, right? It has more than 700 genera and nearly 28,000 species and large number of hybrids. That is very important because that orchid, I think you have a little bit idea about making hybrids, right? Producing hybrids. So normally we need to cross species within a genus to make a hybrid normally, right? But for orchid, we can cross plant species between genera as well, right? That is why we can see a lot of varieties of orchids. More than 100,000 hybrids are available. Very easy to produce hybrids, right? So I don't have time to explain that process, but it is very easy to produce. Keep in mind that it is easy to produce hybrids. That's why we can see large number of hybrids of orchids in the world, right? So orchids can be planted in pots and also can be planted in beds, right? Using as a cut flower, so as pot plants. And these are some importance of orchid. So because can be used for bouquets, garland, and wreath, and some other flower arrangements and decorations and weddings, right? Likewise, there are so many uses of orchids as well. And orchids are colorful, they are different in colors, and they are attractive. And some orchid species, some hybrids, they have very long shelf life. That means we can keep them for a long time after harvesting. So those factors, those things make orchids is an important cut flower in the world, right? They are colorful, attractive, and they have long, vast life. So this is a little bit important for orchids. So we can see two main growth pattern of orchids, right? So first one is monopodial, other one is sympodial, right? So I'm not going to discuss much detail about this, but you keep in mind there are two types, monopodial orchids and the sympodial orchid. In the monopodial orchid, you can see this is a monopodial orchid, right? It has a single stem. It has a vertically grown single stem, right? And stem can reach several meters, right? And produce aerial roots. So in here, you can see some roots coming from stem, right? These are called aerial roots. And do not produce pseudobulbs. So don't think about this word up to now, but keep in mind, these type of orchids don't produce pseudobulbs, right? So I will show you a pseudobulb later, right? So these are the characters of monopodial orchids. Don't have pseudobulbs, produce aerial roots, and has only single stem. These are examples for monopodial orchids. Actually, these are genera, right? I will show you some characters of these genera later. So Vanda, Phalaenopsis, Arachnids, Vanilla. I think you know vanilla, right? So arachnids. I will show you these pictures and we can talk a little bit about these genera, right? The examples of genera that produce monopodial orchids, right? We discuss later. Okay. So the second one is sympodial, right? Sympodial orchids, they grow horizontally. That stem grow horizontally, as you can see in this picture, right? This is the stem, right? It grows horizontally, right? And produce several shoots. In here you can see several shoots. What happens is produce one shoot and it grow to certain size and then bloom, then stop growing, right? So in here you can see this is a old stem, right? So old stem because this grows certain height, then produce flower, then stop growth. This is also like that. This is also like that. So here you can see this stem produce flower, right? And these are the pseudobulbs, right? So the pseudobulbs are produced from horizontal stem. So in the sympodial orchids, they thicken their stem and produce pseudobulbs, right? So we can discuss what is a pseudobulb later. So keep in mind pseudobulbs are in sympodial type orchids, not in the monopodial orchids. These are the examples for sympodial orchids: Dendrobium, Cattleya, Oncidium, and Cymbidium. So you will familiarize with these terms later, right? This is a little bit about the botany. So orchids are monocots. I think you know what is monocot, and they are perennials, right? So in the roots, especially we can see a structure called velamen, right? These are actually epidermal cell layer. Right? In here you can see ash color layer. So this layer can absorb water and mineral from air, right? From atmosphere. That is the specificity of this layer, right? That is how orchid normally epiphytes. Most of orchids are epiphytes. Epiphyte in Sinhala we call apisha, right? It grow top of another plant, right? Therefore, they reach their roots into atmosphere. So as they have this structure called velamen, so velamen can absorb water and mineral from the atmosphere, right? In here also you can see velamen, right? In these pictures. So this ash color structure, they are called velamen. And the pseudobulbs, right? Pseudobulbs normally simple type orchids, they thicken the stem close to and make pseudobulb, right? So these pseudobulbs actually nutrient and water that is actually adaptation to survive in drier period. These pseudobulbs normally storage of nutrients and the water, right? This is available only sympodial type orchids, and there are types as well. So some genus they produce flat pseudobulbs. For an example, Cattleya like genus they produce flat pseudobulbs. Some genus like Dendrobium produce long pseudobulbs. So don't think about that, right? So the only thing you should keep in mind that sympodial type orchids produce pseudobulbs, and pseudobulbs can store nutrient and water for drier period. So I hope you all can identify the pseudobulbs because there is a thickened structure at the base of each stem. in sympodial orchids, right? These are the pseudobulbs. In here, these are the pseudobulbs. Right. The flowers can be single or maybe inflorescent. That means flower clusters. So in here you can see a single flower, but in here you can see flower cluster. It is an inflorescent, right? So don't think about these things, right? That flower can be producing axillary or maybe from top of the plant or maybe from the base of the plant, right? And this is a little bit important. So orchid flower, I will show you orchid flower. It has sepals. I think you know what is sepals and what are petals, right? So normally orchid flower has 3 sepals, 3 petals, and in the upper medial petal there is a large or the modified and enlarged structure that petal we call labellum or the lip, right? I will show you one picture. Then orchids are also a bisexual flower. That means male and female parts are in the same flower, but these stamens and this style both fuse each other and make a structure called column. Therefore, in the column, we can see both the male part and the female part. So I will show you in the next diagram. And there is a specific structure called rostrum in between male and female part. That means anther and the stigma. That is to avoid self-pollination. It acts as a barrier, right? Therefore, it controls self-pollination. There is no chance to deposit pollen in the same stigma, right? Because of this structure that is called rostrum, right? This is a little bit important in orchid. So, right. So in here you can see a picture of or the flower of orchid. So this is petal, and this is the upper medial petal we call labella, right? These 3 are petals, and this one sepal, and this is a sepal. So these 3 are sepals. So this is called column, right? So in here you can see column. So this column contains male and female part, right? So if you remove the anther cap here, you can see pollen. That means the male part, right? So pollen, I think you know what is pollen. So then this is rostrum, right? There is a berry, and this is the stigma. This is the female part. So in between, there's a barrier. Therefore, there's no chance to deposit pollen produced in here, in the stigma here, right? Because of this one. There, for orchid, we need to do pollination. We need to do pollination artificially, right? We need to keep this pollen out from this structure, and we need to keep it here artificially, right? Otherwise, there is no chance to pollinate or the self-pollination in orchids, right? That is a little bit important thing you should know. So these are the climatic requirements for orchids, right? Temperature is critical for flowering. So this is as a general, right? But if you see orchid genera, that climatic requirements are different according to orchid genera, right? So you don't think about that. These are the general requirement for orchids, right? Day temperature 25 to 30 and night temperature 15 Celsius, and it's better to maintain 70 to 80% of RH, right? So the tropical orchids, they prefer hot and humid climate, but some temperate orchids, they need cool climate. And light requirement also vary according to genera, but this is general 50 to 60. Orchid prefer morning sun. So these are the recommended or the most areas for orchids: low country wet zone, low country intermediate zone, mid country, and up country, because some temperate orchids they are perform well in up country, right? So these are general climatic requirement for orchids. But if you want to learn more, so these conditions are different according to genera. So these are some important orchid genera in Sri Lanka, right? I will give you very brief, or actually I want to show you some flowers of these genera, right? So this is Dendrobium, very famous and most popular one as cut flowers. And Vanda, Cattleya, Cymbidium, Oncidium, Phalaenopsis. Phalaenopsis is the most popular pot orchid in the world, right? Then the arachnids, I think you know that arachnids, right? I will show you pictures, then you will recognize that flowers. So these are some important orchid genera, right? Other than that, there are some other important orchid genera as well, but with the time limitation, I want to discuss a little bit about these genera as well. This is Dendrobium, right? This is a tropical and subtropical distribution. Don't think about that. And there are a large number of hybrids. And Sympodial, now you know what is Sympodial. Epiphytes, in Sinhala we call Apishaka, right? These are the plant grow top of another plant, right? So epiphytes. And we can categorize Dendrobium into 3 groups based on their flower characters and culture requirements, but I am not going to discuss about the culture requirements here. I will show you some photos and very specific character of each group, right? The Phalaenopsis type, that means Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type, right? And the Dendrobium cane type and the Dendrobium intermediate type. So you don't think much about these things. I just want to show you some pictures, right? This is Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type, or else we call moth orchid, right? Because this flower looks like a moth, right? It has overlapping sepals and the petals, and it look like a moth, right? So large round flowers, sepals and petals overlap each other, and flower it look like a moth, right? Then the cane type, these flowers have narrow sepals and petals, and they are twisted as well, twisted and wavy, right? So you can see that. So twisted and wavy, very narrow sepals and petals, and produce large number of flowers per panicle, and produce large number of inflorescence per year as well, right? So they are not much attractive, and this type has very low demand in the market as well. In the intermediate type, it has intermediate characters of both Phalaenopsis type and cane type, right? That you can see that flowers are not, that petals are not broader like Phalaenopsis, and it's little bit broader than the cane type, right? So intermediate in height and flower characters. So these are also very attractive flowers. And this is Vanda, right? Another genus, Vanda, right? So these are monopodial orchid. It has single stem, terrestrial or epiphyte. Terrestrial means those plants grow on soil, right? Terrestrial. Then epiphytic, and it has thick aerial roots, as this is a monopodial. And petals and sepals are narrow at the base of the flower. This is the specific character. In here you can see narrow petals and the sepals. They are narrow at the base of the flower, right? This is the specific character of Vanda. There are also 3 types: strap-leaved Vanda, terrate leaved vanda and the semi-terrate leaved vanda, right? I will show you photos, right? So strap-leaved vanda mean because of their leaf, right? These are like a strap, right? Very broad leaves. And in here you can see terrate-leaved vanda mean that leaves are cylindrical in shape. This was quite common in 1990s, so early, yes, in 1990s. This one is very common, this type of orchid, right? And the semi-terrate vanda, it has in between characters of terrate-leaved and the strap-leaved vanda. And the Cattleya, this is also a very attractive flower. Cattleya genus, it's a sympodial epiphytic and produce flat pseudobulbs, as I told you earlier, and produce large flowers. So you can see there's a large labellum. There's a significant or the specific labellum compared to other genera, right? So, but it has low creeping quality because of that. Right, this is Cattleya, right? And the Oncidium, right? This is very common. I think most of you have seen this one. In Sinhala, normally we call Candian dancer, right? So this is very common and terrestrial and epiphytic orchid and sympodium. And it normally flowers have short vase life, can be used as a cut flower and the pot plant. So this flower look like a Candian dancer, right? There are some other varieties as well. Some species, they produce good fragrance as well. This is we call Oncidium, right? Normally we call Candian dancer. And the Phalaenopsis orchid, so this is the #1 pot plant orchid in the world, export market. Epiphytic, monopodial, and it has short stem. That flower look like a moth, like the Phalaenopsis, that Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type, right? But there's a difference between Phalaenopsis type, Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type, and the Phalaenopsis orchid. So in the Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type, we can see this middle, that middle petal, it look like a tongue, right? In the Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type. But in the Phalaenopsis type, there is a small middle petal, right? This is the main difference between Dendrobium Phalaenopsis type and the Phalaenopsis type. Is that clear? Right? So this is how we can differentiate these both types. Right. Then the Cymbidium. Right? This is the only temperate orchids we have. I mean, as a commercial cultivation. So sympodial and temperate orchid. It has very high price in the market because this plant produces flowers once a year, right? That is why, and also these flowers have very high vase life, and also they are in different colors, as you can see here. They need cool climate, right? We can cultivate them only in upcountry, right? Not in low country. And the arachnids, it's very common, and I think most of you have seen this plant, or else we call as scorpion orchid, right? In Sinhala, we call Gonusuma, right? So this is very common in home gardens, but less market demand for this orchid. They are climbing epiphytes and monopodial. They produce thick aerial roots. Normally, people cultivate this in beds, right? And we can see broad leaves as well. This is a monopodial orchid. It's a common orchid in home gardens. In the propagation, that orchid can be propagated through seeds, but for seeds, I'm not going to discuss much about this. For seeds, we need to provide aseptic condition, or we need to provide in vitro condition, because seed don't have endosperm, right? Therefore, we need to provide artificial media to grow seeds, to germinate seeds. Therefore, we can't use seeds as planting material in outside, right? So there are some techniques, so there are some media to use for seed propagation. I'm not going to discuss that, right? Then this is how people sell orchid seedlings. So after doing tissue culture techniques, so normally growers or sellers, they transfer small seedlings into community pots and they sell these pots for the growers, right? And we can use some asexual methods like divisions, right? I'm not going to discuss this process, right? So we can use divisions, especially for the sympodial orchids. So normally we can cut stem parts and use these divisions as planting materials. Then pseudobulbs, right? Then aerial shoots and offsets, because some plants, they produce small plantlets after harvesting of the flower stalk, like here, and the top of the pseudobulbs. So these plantlets also can be used as planting materials, and top cuttings and tissue culture techniques. And the cultural practices, so these are the growing media for orchids. So there are some other medias as well, but these are some recommended growing media: charcoal or charcoal plus tile pieces, charcoal tile pieces, and coconut husk pieces. Some people use granite chips and coir fiber, right? Granite chips, charcoal, and coir fiber. So these are few media that can be used to grow orchids, right? So we can grow orchids in different pots, right? But it is essential to select pots with pores, right? We call porous clay pots, because these roots need enough air. Aeration is important because as we discussed, most of them are epiphytes, right? Therefore, they need to they have velamen-like structures, so they can obtain nutrient and water from atmosphere. Therefore, we need to provide good aeration for root system. So that we need to select pots like perforated clay pots, wooden crates like this, like here, and plastic pots or fern wood. And but this is not good for commercial cultivation, right? Because then we need to cut the trees to take this fern wood, but that can be used, right? Then the cement applied rigiform like this. Here you can see there is also used especially in Phalaenopsis type orchids, right? These wooden crates mainly used in Vanda orchids. So I'm not going to discuss much about this pot size and that all. So, right? So you just keep in mind these sort of structures can be used for grow orchids. And the shade house. So for orchids, we need to provide a shade house, right, as anthurium, because they are shade-loving plants. So we can use black nylon nets to prepare shade house, right? So under too high shade, so we need to provide proper shade. So under proper shade condition, plant produce light green leaves, but under low light or high light condition, plant show different symptoms, right? Like you can see here. This is orchid house. Then we should prepare tables by using concrete beams or maybe combined with wire mesh like this. Then pots can be kept on this table, right? Otherwise, it is not good to keep these pots in soil. Right? So this is how the table should prepare. Right? In here you can see. Then irrigation, right? I'm not going to discuss much detail. So irrigation once a day, but in the dry season you can provide 2 times. And it is better to keep constantly wet around plants, right? Because they are also moisture loving plants, but we can use some system like sprinkler system or the mist system to provide water. The fertilizer application, right? This is also important, but we can only provide liquid fertilizers for orchid, not granular fertilizer. So can be applied as foliar application, or we can do fertigation. As we discussed in anthurium, so we have to provide more nitrogen for the young plants, balanced mixture for intermediate stage plant, and more potassium for adult or the flowering stage. Then the harvesting in generally after 4 to 5 days after flower opening, harvesting can be done, but we should decide the harvestable stage by considering the genus, right? So in the dendrobium orchids, normally we can harvest whole inflorescence when the 2/3 of inflorescence open and 1/3 of unopened flowers. That means 1/3 of flower buds. For the vanda, 2 to 3 unopened flowers. So this in here actually we need to harvest whole inflorescence, right? I'm talking about the whole inflorescence. Then the arachnids or the scorpion orchid, that all flowers should open, or at least 1 or 2 unopened flowers. So in here what I want to tell you is that we should consider about the genus when selecting flowers for harvesting, right? And pest and disease problems of orchids. So these are some common diseases of orchid: damping off leaf and crown rot, anthracnose, viral diseases, bacteria, brown spot, right? And this is a fungus, or the fungal disease, right? So we can see rot in crown area, right? There's a soft rot in crown area. So infected tissues become black color and die off, right? So as this is a fungal disease, we can apply fungicide to control, and we can maintain proper sanitation, right, to control this disease. The anthracnose, very common disease in many crop species. So here you can see some brown color patches, right? So here also we can apply fungicides, or we can do some sanitary practices to avoid this disease. And the viral diseases, we can see some viral diseases in orchids like leaf mosaic disease and green spot virus and tobacco mosaic virus and cymbidium mosaic virus. Likewise, there are some viral diseases in orchids, but we can't control them. We need to take precautions to avoid viral diseases. Then the bacterial brown spot, this is a bacterial disease and very common in Phalaenopsis orchid. So normally these symptoms start as oily patches on leaves like this, right? Then turn into brown color like this. So in here also we can't apply chemicals. We need to take precautions to avoid this disease. And these are some pests. This is yellow beetle. This we call Lemma pectoralis. So they normally feed on flower tissues. They eat flower tissues, like you can see the damage of this insect. This is the adult insect. So we can apply insecticides to control this pest, like Ridomil, right? Recommended dosage. And the scale insects, they normally live underside of the leaves and leaf axil and pseudobulbs. So they are sucking insects, and they suck the sap from the leaf tissues and make some necrotic patches, like here. So we can control them by removing insects, so maybe we can apply recommended insecticides. Even mealybugs, right? Same like other sucking insects. Aphids. So aphids also attack to the flowers, and they also suck in insects. But the important thing is they transmit diseases, especially viral diseases. Therefore, it is important to control aphids to control viral diseases. Right. Then the thrips also sucking insects. They are rasping and sucking insects. So that's why we can see some patches here, right? So thrips also we can apply recommended insecticides to control. And the white flies, same, right? They are also sucking insects. They also suck the plant sap. You can control them by applying recommended insecticides. So spider mites. So spider mites, as we discussed in anthurium, in here also they live on the side of the leaves. So when their population is high, we can see this web-like structures. That is why we call them as spider mites. So under dry weather condition, their population is high, quite high. Their damage is quite high. So we can control them by applying abamectin-like chemicals, and also we can apply sulfur to control spider mites. Right? Then the slugs and the snails, as we discussed in anthurium, they also damage to the succulent parts of the plants. So they can damage to the vegetative plants and the flowers as well. So we can manually remove them, and also we can apply some baits using methaldehyde or some alcohol, so to control slugs and the snails. Right. So that's all about the anthurium and orchids. So we'll have lunch break, and then we'll discuss about the other things. Is that okay? Any questions about anthurium orchids? Okay, let me know if you have any questions. So, right. Then shall we meet around 1:30? Is that okay? Is that enough time?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So please use the second link I sent it to you, because I can't set that longer meetings in my account. So I think you got that, right? So please use the second link to log into this session again after lunch break. Right?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, then. Thank you. I just want to show you one video. As I told you, this is something about the Anthora company. So you can see how they produce anthurium and orchids in their greenhouses. It's a very small video clip, right? So till others join, we'll see this one.
company of innovation-minded. Anthura is the world leader in breeding Anthurium in orchids. Company of innovation-minded entrepreneurs and pragmatic experts. Unlimited in varieties, offering unlimited possibilities. That is what we stand for. As the world's leader, we receive officials from all over the world. We believe diversity drives innovation. Every day, colorful Anthura varieties are produced. Our breeding environment starts. Unique plants are created, and only the best seedlings are cloned. Every plant of a new variety must have the design characteristics. Each plant is tested for every thinkable aspect. The highest achievable quality is our absolute standard. In the showroom, the most promising breedings are presented. A unique collection of hundreds of future orchids and anthurium. This is where growers can select their preferred future varieties. In Anthura's own lab facilities, the propagation begins. Anthurium and Phalaenopsis tissue culture is made in lab facilities in the Netherlands, Macedonia, and China. High-quality nutrition offers tissue culture successful growth. Anthurium and Phalaenopsis cuttings are made and put in growing medium. Tissue culture is kept in special growing cells. Every young Anthurium plant is cultivated in a 12-hectare greenhouse complex in the Netherlands. At this production facility, the 100% water recirculation and the energy management contribute to the most sustainable cultivation and production. The Anthurium microplants are put in plugs. They are grown in a specially equipped greenhouse with facilities that meet the most optimized climate conditions. Every variety has its own recipe, consisting of fertilization and water. In order to deliver homogenic plant material, Anthurium plants are sorted at an early stage. The young plants are automatically transported and sorted by order. We focus on sustainable production processes and products, and only settle for the highest quality. The young Phalaenopsis plants are grown at the production location of Anthura Arndt in Germany. Phalaenopsis tissue culture is grown in plugs. The climate conditions of the Phalaenopsis production location are ideal. The growth of young plants is closely monitored. A fully automatic climate system ensures a healthy growth of young plants. Anthura's love for orchids goes beyond merely Phalaenopsis. With garden orchid, we bring the tropics to the back garden. Anthura owns its own plant pathology lab. Plants are frequently tested for any signs of diseases and plagues. Special tests are also performed by the Dutch Inspection Service for Horticulture. Young Anthurium plants are supplied with an elite certificate. After a healthy growth under the very best conditions, our high-quality young plant material is ready for delivery. Young plants are then carefully packaged for transport by road or plane to be delivered to growers all over the world. Each day, our employees bring passion and dedication to their jobs to ensure growers the very best plant material. Working together, we are Anthura.
Right. So in that video, I hope you can get an idea of how to produce anthurium and orchids in Anthura company. So they use high technology and they do much care for their plants, and they produce plants as well as the planting materials. So I will upload this again into your LMS. So if you have free time, you can watch. Right. spray. So then I want to discuss a little bit about a temperate cut flower. So I selected rose, but in Sri Lanka, people cultivate rose, carnation, gerbera, and some other temperate cut flowers. As we have limited time, so I selected rose. So botanically, it's known as Rosa species and belongs to family Rosaceae. So it's a beautiful flower. So this is the most beautiful cut flower, or the most popular cut flower in the world. Normally roses in this family, Rosaceae family, it has 100 genera and 2,000 of species and 11,000 of varieties. And also it has a very long or the old history. So if you search in internet, you can find a lot of facts about roses, how people use in old age, right? So as orchids, so roses are also undergone to hybridization and resulted large variation in color, shape, and number of petals. I will show you how the original species was later. So undergone to different crop improvement. So nowadays we can see a lot of improved varieties, changing color, shape, and even number of petals. Roses also can be used in different decorations, especially as a cut flower, and also can be used as a garden plant, and also it has some other industrial uses like perfume and oil production, and also some food uses as well. For an example, that petals and fruits can be used to produce some processed food items like jam, vinegar, honey, and wine. So in here you can see some products. This is a jam made from rose fruits, and this is a perfume produced from rose petals, and in here you can see rose fruits, right? So in roses, there is a general classification, so we can identify several types of roses. We will see the characters of each type. So the first one, hybrid tea roses, that is the most popular type of rose. The second one, floribunda roses, then miniature roses, climbers and rambles, and shrub roses, right? So we'll see characters of each type. So hybrid tea rose, right? I think you all familiarized with this type of flowers. So this is the most popular type among other type. These are normally large flowers with many petals. We can see many petals, but the main thing is we can identify cone shape, that arrangement of cone shape especially these petals arranged like a cone in the middle, right? So in here you can clearly see that, right? So this is the specific character of hybrid tea rose. Middle petals arranged as cone shape and normally produce one or few flowers in a stem. Actually, in commercially, only one flower maintained per stem, right? And also this type of flowers have good fragrance, right? This is the most popular and highly demanded type of rose. Floribunda rose, right? So this is actually a smaller and less fragrance compared to hybrid tea rose, and also produce many flowers per stem, right? And flowers last for a long time compared to hybrid tea rose. That means this type of flowers have high shelf life and also produce several flowers in one cluster. In here you can see they are quite open flowers, but hybrid tea roses, they are quite closed flowers, right? In here you can see these flowers are a little bit open. The petals are a little bit open compared to hybrid tea roses, and also produce large number of flowers per stem. And mainly using landscape gardening as a garden plant, right? So hybrid tree rose mainly used as a cut flower. Miniature roses, as name implies, that mean plant is small compared to other roses type. Varying height maybe 4 inch to 15 inch. Right? Quite small plant, leaves and flowers are miniature versions, that means smaller in size. And also they are susceptible for fungal diseases, and mainly miniature roses used as pot plants, right? Mainly used as potted plants and also used in landscape horticulture as well, to make borders and to make edges of beds, and also used as a ground covers. So in here you can see some plants, right? So in here also one plant produce large number of smaller size plants, smaller size flowers. Climbers and brambles, right? So there are two types. So we'll see what are the differences between climbers and brambles. So climbers, first we look at climbers. They have fast growth rate and produce hardy branches. I'm not sure whether you can see these hardy branches in this picture, but they produce woody and hardy branches, and also they have fast growth rate and produce large flowers, but quite low in number, right? So when compared to the brambles, right? We'll see the other type as well. So normally they are large flowers, but produce low number of flowers per plant. No need frequent pruning, right? This is, we don't need to do frequent pruning, right? I think you know what is pruning, right? This is removing branches, right? Removing branches we call pruning. So climbers, we don't need to do frequent pruning to obtain flowers, right? Then the bramble roses, you can see that they have weeping habit, right? In here you can see the weeping habit. Normally these plants produce thin and fast growing branches, right? quite thin and fast growing branches, and produce large number of small flowers, right? Produce large number of, as you can see in these pictures, produce large number but small flowers. But in climbers, they produce large flowers but smaller in number. Right? Then regular pruning is essential to obtain flowers, and susceptible for some fungal diseases. For an example, powdery mildew and black spot. So we can discuss these diseases later, right? You remember that the ramble roses, they are quite susceptible for fungal diseases. And used to make weeping standard roses because they have weeping growth habit, right? So as they have thin branches, thin and fast growing branches, so they can be used in different designs in gardens, right? Then the shrub roses, right? They are normally using landscape horticulture as a garden plant. So mostly produce flowers once a year, right? And not much popular. And most wild roses belongs to this category because plant, it's a shrub, right? And produce flowers once a year. And this one used in producing hybrids, right? It's not quite popular type of rose. Then the wild roses, actually, as you can see here, this is dog roses, right? This is very early stage of rose, original species. So the wild roses, there are more than 3,000 species. A lot of species belongs to this wild roses category. And these are original species, and also they are natural process. They are not artificial process. These are natural process for the original species. That this dog rose is an original species. Normally, it has 5 petals. But nowadays, we can see roses with many petals, right? This is because of the crop improvement. People cross these natural process for the original species, and they develop improved species, and they develop more attractive rose flowers with many petals. So these are the original species. You can see this is also original one. These are the parents of all new roses. And wild roses are the parents of new roses, because people artificially produce many varieties by crossing these species. Normally, they have small and simple flowers, as you can see here, and mostly with 5 petals. In this variety or this species also, you can see only 5 petals in the flowers, right? Then we'll look at the propagation of roses. So there are 4 major methods. Seeds, but seeds can be used to produce new hybrids, because seed propagation, we can't take homogeneous plants, as well as seedlings take much or more time to produce flowers. Therefore, vegetative propagation techniques are more suitable for commercial cultivations. So these are the vegetative propagation techniques, like layering. I think you know what is layering, right? If you don't know anything about this, please ask, or please clarify anything if you want. So layering techniques and cuttings are the stem cuttings, top cuttings, or more suitable. In here, you can see how to prepare stem cuttings of roses, right? and the bud grafting techniques. So in this picture, you can see normally for roses, use T budding, right? Inverted T budding or T budding techniques. So there are some technique of bud grafting. So in here, you can see the T budding technique in this picture. Let's see the climatic conditions required for rose cultivation. Rose cultivation or the roses, they prefer temperate or the subtropical climatic conditions. And this is the preferable elevation, 1,800 to 3,000 millimeter, 3,000 meter elevation. That means it's preferred hill country or the mid country area. Temperature 15 to 24 Celsius, and should not reduce less than 15 Celsius because that condition reduces bud initiation. That means reduce flowering. Full sun with 65 to 75% of RH condition. And plant growth and flowering is affected less than 12 hours of daylight. And cloudy condition prevail for long time. Therefore, should not provide these conditions. Otherwise, that's affects for flowering and plant growth. In Sri Lanka, that rose cultivations found in upcountry wet zone and upcountry intermediate zone in the area like Nuwara and Badula. These are the most suitable area for roses cultivation. Let's see the growing media and planting system. That roses should be grown under polytunnel with controlled environmental condition. That is for export purposes. Raised beds are used. Normally, raised beds are recommended. And garden roses can be cultivated in outdoor areas, as we discussed. Some shrub roses or floribunda roses, they can use in landscape horticulture. So therefore, they can be cultivated in outdoor areas. These are the growing media. So you can see that loam soil, leaf mold, cattle manure, sand, wood ash. So these are the proportion of each material. And the loam soil, leaf mold, cattle manure, sand. And coardas only, but when used coardas only media, it is recommended to practice fertigation, right? That means provide water and fertilizer through drip irrigation system, right? But it is hard to find this recommended media for roses. Sometimes growers, they use this media like topsoil, cattle manure, sand, or coardas only media for commercial cultivations. And it is essential to sterilize planting medium before planting, not only for roses, even for other crops, even for other floriculture crops. So this is the raised bed size. That height may be 30 centimeter and depth from the below ground level should be 45 centimeter. That ultimately the total height of the bed should 75 centimeter, right? Then the total height 75 centimeter and width nearly 1 meter or 90 centimeter. That is because it is easy to apply other management practices. So within that width, right? And space between two beds around 60 centimeter. That is essential to provide a path between two beds to provide proper access to the each and every beds. In here, you can see the plant spacing, right? 30 by 45, 45 by 45, and 45 by 60, 60 by 60, right? So these are the recommended plant spacing for roses. And the potting of a rose plant. So normally in roses, the plants available as bare root plants, right? Especially in temperate countries, they sell rose plants like this, right? Sometimes in Sri Lanka or in some countries, they sell products, sell rose plants with a pot. But in some temperate countries, they sell planting material as bare root plant like this, right? So that is why it is look like this. Before planting, we should remove broken or damaged roots, so we need to cut longer roots. And it's better to dip root system water before planting, because this is sometimes some plants may kept outside for a long time. Therefore, to increase water conductivity in the plant, to better to dip root system for some time before planting, right? And this is the normal pot size, and similar to other methods. So we need to select a proper pot, and there should be a hole, but in this picture you can't see that. There should be a hole at the bottom. Then we need to put a tile piece, something like that, to cover that hole, that is avoid to blocking of that hole. Then put a gravel layer or brick layer, right? Then add the potting mixture, right? This is how we have to plant rose plant. This is a bare root rose plant, right? So this is how that most of the temperate countries sell rose plant. Then we can discuss some important cultural practices using rose plants. So de-shooting, right? De-shooting, that actually that de-shooting encourage shoots production, right? So normally per plant, we need to allow to grow 2 to 3 shoots developed from the main stem, right? So then we can remove a main shoot close to the new growth, so that will encourage the growth of the lateral shoots. So we need to induce more lateral shoots, because that is the only way we can take more flowers. Because some roses, like tea roses, so we can get only 1 flower per stem. Therefore, we need to induce lateral branches to obtain more flowers from a plant. So that is why we need to do this technique. So allow to produce flowers on new shoots, right? So we need to remove old shoot and be encouraged to grow new shoots. And also we try to get flowers from new shoots, right? And this is for actually budded or the grafted plants. Then we should not allow to grow shoots from rootstock, right? So I think you know that in the budded or the grafted plants, so there are 2 materials like rootstock and the scion. So normally rootstock we use something wild or not commercially viable variety. Therefore, we should not allow to grow shoots from rootstock, right? In the irrigation, as we discussed, all other crops, irrigation also important. So regular irrigation is required when planting polytunnels, right? So as it's very common like other plants. The important thing is chlorinated or hardy water is not recommended. We need to provide proper water, and frequency of watering depend on the climatic condition. So as we discussed, normally we can apply water once a day, especially in the morning, but in the dry season we can apply twice per day, but before 3 p.m. Right? So that is the recommendation for all the crops. And drip system or sprinkler systems can be used to provide water. But it is better to set the sprinklers below leaf level, that is to avoid creation of high RH between leaves, right? Because roses is quite susceptible for fungal diseases. Therefore, it is better to maintain proper RH condition or avoid high RH condition to avoid fungal diseases. Then fertilizer application. Fertigation can be done using Albert solution. I think you heard that Albert solution. This is the concentration. So it's a liquid fertilizer. But in roses, MOP is not recommended. It is not good to use for roses. Therefore, instead of MOP, sulfate of potash, SOP, is the recommended source to obtain potassium. So this is the mixture, NPK ratio, 2:1 ratio mixture. And if you use this ammonium sulfate, superphosphate, potassium sulfate, this amount, so it's the total amount can be used for 5 to 6 plants. Right? And it is better to apply micronutrients as well. So we can use Max Report or Crop Master like micronutrients once in 2 weeks, right? So instead of NPK, we can provide other nutrients to the plants. And other than the irrigation fertilizer application, so in roses, this is also another important practice, that is we call deadheading. That means remove the dead flowers, right? So if we remove the dead flowers, so that will encourage the new flower buds. So in here, as you can see here, so we can remove flower buds or the dead flowers by using a secateur, right? So it's better to put a sharp cut here and if possible apply wound dressing, right? Otherwise that wound create some problem, because that wound may be a good place to grow pathogens. Therefore, it is, if possible, it's better to apply wound dressing after removing old flowers. Then the pruning, right? Pruning also important practice in rose. So I'm not going to discuss much about this pruning, but there are 3 types of pruning technique in roses. So pruning obviously induces new growth. So pruning can be done with cut sloping downward and away from the bud. In a shoot, we should put the slant cut, and that should be away from the bud. So I don't know how to explain that one, because if we cut towards the bud, so that will help to accumulate water in the bud, right? Therefore, we should put a slant cut which is away from the bud. in the shoots, right? That is the way we should do pruning for any crop species, because that is help to avoid water accumulation close to bud area, right? So that is the way we should cut shoots. That pruning means cut shoots, excess roots. So it is recommended to do when growth is retarded or when plants produce less flowers. So this is the recommended length that we need to remove from branches depending on the type of the branch. So very healthy branch, we need to remove 1/3 of its length. That means we can keep more shoot in the plant. We remove only 1/3 of that shoot. The medium sized branch, we can remove half of its length. But for the weak branch, we can remove totally or just keep only 3-inch size branch in the plant, right? So likewise, we can remove branches depending on the condition of the branch in the pruning. But in the pruning, in the roses, we can see 3 main type of pruning: hard pruning, moderate pruning, and slide pruning. So I'm not going to discuss much about this thing. But in the hard pruning, as name implies, we remove most of the crop, most of the vegetative parts. So at the end, you can see, as you in here, we end up with very small plant because we remove a lot of shoots in the hard pruning. In the moderate pruning, we can keep some amount of shoots, but in slide pruning, we remove only little amount of vegetative parts, right? So we remain more in the plant. So these are the 3 type of pruning that we can do in roses. In the harvesting, right? So harvesting, that is that we need to consider the type of rose to identify the harvestable stage as orchid. So in the hybrid tea roses, the flowers normally produce 1 flower per stem, and sepals should be open, but petals should not be open, right? But they should show only colors. Therefore, we need to harvest unopened flowers for hybrid tea roses. That means harvest before blooming. But for the Floricultural roses, half open petals, but that should not fully open, right? It should only open some amount, right? Half open petals. Because if we harvest fully open flowers, we can't keep them for a long time, right? So that is why we need to harvest a bit early. So after harvesting, as we discussed other flower species, we need to put them in water bucket. That is to increase water connectivity. Ultimately, that will increase shelf life, right? And pre-cooling is essential to remove field heat. So it's better to store them cool room. So not only roses, even for anthurium, orchids, or carnation, or any other crop or foliage, we need to store them under cool condition. That is to enhance shelf life. So in here you can see some harvested hybrid tea roses here, right? So they are harvested with flower stalk and some leaves are there. So it's better to, in here you can see that harvested flowers are in water bucket, right? Right, in pest and diseases. So as I told you that powdery mildew is a kind of a main disease in roses. So in this disease, we can see powdery appearance on the leaf surfaces, as you can see here. That is why it is called as powdery mildew. It's a fungal diseases. So we can apply sulfur or chlorothalonil to control powdery mildew. And the downy mildew also a common disease in roses. So in here you can see some reddish purple color, dark brown angular spots. And also in here you can see some angular margin here, irregular margin here, right? This is how the symptoms look like, and then turn into yellow or maybe brown and finally shed, right? So this is how it look like. Then as this is also a fungal disease, we can apply chemicals or fungicides like mancozeb, or copper. Other than that, we can do some sanitary practices to control this disease. And black spot also another disease in roses. So as name implies, in here you can see some black color spots on the leaves. This is also very common disease in roses. Sometimes you may see in your garden as well, this sort of disease. So this is also a fungal disease. So it is more common in rainy period. So, and fungicides can be used to control this disease. And also can be used resistant varieties. Pest, right? Pests are also a little bit important in roses because some pests are very common. Pest species are very common under greenhouse or the under protected cultures. In here you can see mites, right? As we discuss in other crops, so mites in here you can see the spider mites in here, right? So when their population is high, we can see this web-like appearance, right? Here you can see that. They normally live underside of the leaves, as you can see here. So as they feed on the materials in underside of the leaves, we can see some mottling or silvering appearance on the upper surface of the leaves. And also that help to distortion of the leaves and also affect the quality of the flowers. So as I told you, we can see some webbings when the population is high. So these are the chemicals we can apply to control like sulfur, abamectin or acidirectin. Can apply these chemicals to control mites, especially spider mites. And aphids, thrips, whiteflies, some caterpillars are common in roses, right? So these are common pests. So we can apply insecticides to control when the condition is severe. Right. So that's about the roses, right? So I'm not going to discuss about these cut flower types, but I just want to show you some pictures, right? So if you are interested about these things, I can give you some material, so I can give you information. But the gerbera is a very common and very famous cut flower in Sri Lanka and also globally. So it belongs to family Asteraceae. So normally gerbera also is a very common cut flower used in decorations and flower bouquets, right? In various festivals used as a cut flower. And they are also in different colors and different shapes, right? I don't have time to show you. There are some different forms as well, because we can see some standard size gerbera and some large size gerbera and smaller size gerbera. Likewise, right? It's also prefer cool climate, but can be cultivated in low country areas as well. But gerbera is more prefer cool climates. And the chrysanthemum, this is also common cut flower. So chrysanthemum also has very different forms, not like this flower. There are some different shapes, right? Spider shape, brush shape, like different shape flowers in chrysanthemum. So this is also belongs to family Asteraceae. So common and prefer cool climate. And carnation, this is also a famous cut flower, also prefer cool climate. It also belongs to family Caryophyllaceae. We can see this cultivation in upcountry areas, right? And the Alstroemeria, I think many of you have seen this flower in wreath and maybe in flower arrangements. This is also a very common type of cut flower. It's normally as a bunch, that means contains several flowers per bunch, and also coming with some foliage as well. And the gladiolus, this is not very common one. It's also beautiful type of cut flower. And gypsophylla, right? This is commonly we call as baby split. This is act as a filling material. When making flower bouquets, we use these flowers as a filling material, right? Gypsophylla. Then lilium, right? And cannas is a tropical cut flower. And dahlia, another beautiful type of cut flower. And the lisianthus, this is look like roses, but it's also beautiful and normally violet bluish color. And aster, this is also a filling material. And golden rose, so this is also a common filling material in flower arrangement. I think you may have seen these flowers before, right? And this is about the loose flower production, as I told you at the beginning. So nowadays people cultivate this Nilkantharodu and Idde. So especially in some areas in Kalpitia, some people cultivate this Idde like flowers, because they normally pick individual flowers, right? That is why we call as loose flowers. And this Clitoria ternata, or the blue pea flowers, they also have high demand in the market. People now cultivate and dry and export these flowers as well. And the marigold and jasmine, right? Those are some important type of flowers grown in Sri Lanka, right? So I'm not going to discuss about these things. Right. Okay, that any questions up to this point? So we discussed about what is horticulture, and we discussed the importance of horticulture. Then we discussed about the floriculture, then anthurium, orchid, and roses. So do you have any questions up to this point? Do you need any clarifications? Can anyone tell me? Do you have any questions up to this point? Any questions? Okay, that's good, right? Right. Then I want to discuss a little bit about foliage production, but I'm not going to discuss individual crops here because we don't have time for that. So I will give you very brief and general facts about foliage production. Right? So we discussed what is cut flower before. Then what is a foliage plant? So what do you mean by a foliage plant? In here you can see one foliage plant. Can anyone tell me what is a foliage plant? Right. A foliage plant actually a plant cultivated mainly for its ornamental leaves, right? Decorative leaves. Yes, that is correct. But yeah. Yes, a plant cultivated mainly for its ornamental leaves, right? So that is we call as a foliage plant. So foliage plant often used to create an interior landscape that would serve as a screen or also soften the interior design. If you keep plants inside, so that will enhance beauty as well as that is provide some soft appearance, soft feeling to the interior designs. And it is estimated that nearly 25% of floriculture market has been captured by foliage plant. So for an example, in Sri Lanka, more than 80% of exports belongs to foliage plants, right? So we can classify foliage plants based on their growing environment, right? Based on their growing environment. So the first one, indoor plants, right? Indoor plants mean they can tolerate shade. They are shade-loving plants. And the outdoor plants, they need full sun condition, right? They can't tolerate shade condition. They need full sun condition. Therefore, they are known as outdoor plants. But indoor plants, they are shade-loving plants. Then we can classify them according to their light requirement, right? So this is quite important. So the first group, full sun or the full sun-loving plants, they cannot keep inside the house continuously because they prefer full sun condition. So these are the examples for full sun loving plants. I think you know bougainvillea, cotton, cactus, and most of the farm like Livistonia, Rafis. So those farms also need full sun condition. This second one is partial direct sun. Partial direct sun. So they need 4 to 5 hours of full light per day, right? They can tolerate a little bit for shade condition, but they need at least 4 to 5 hours of full sun condition. So they prefer morning sun. For an example, begonia and Acalypa. I think you all know begonia in here. You can see a begonia plant. And the third group is bright indirect sun, right? Bright indirect sun. So that means those plants need 4 to 5 hours of indirect sun per day. That means we can keep this plant in a net house or the shade net because they prefer filtered light. Right? They prefer filtered light. So they need 4 to 5 hours of indirect sun. So these are the example Dracaena, most of the Dracaena species. You can see Dracaena sandriana gold. This is the Dracaena sandriana gold. This is very important foliage plant. And Dracaena sandriana cellus, right? This is also important Dracaena species. Then the partial shade, right? Partial shade. They need 4 to 5 hours of full shade condition per day. Right? So these are the examples. Philodendron, you can see philodendron plants here, and this spider plant, and ferns, and caladium. So those species require 4 to 5 hours of full shade condition per day. Then shade loving plants, they need high shade, right? They cannot tolerate full sun condition. Therefore, they prefer to stay inside, right? If this plant exposed to direct sun, we can see some sunscorch, sunburn patches on their leaves because they can't tolerate high light conditions. So these are the examples for this category. Many indoor plants like Aglaonema, right? Aglaonema species. As you can see here, Aglaonema species and Calathea. You can see Calathea species here and Marantha and some ferns, right? Some ferns. So those are belongs to shade-loving plants. Right. So then we discuss about propagation of foliage plants. This is also quite important because we use asexual propagation method mainly for the commercial cultivation of foliage plants. So the first one is suckers and divisions. So I think you know what is a sucker or the division. Some foliage plants like Calathea, Marantha, they produce suckers with the time, right? Even Anthurium, they produce small plants from the base of the plant, like here. So you can see here. So these small plants can be used as propagules or the planting materials, right? So these are called as suckers or the divisions. Then the offsets, as we're discussing orchids, so we can see offsets. They are small and virtually complete daughter plants that has been naturally and the asexually produced on the mother plant. So in here you can see small plantlets coming from mother plants, right? So these are small plantlets, so we can use them as planting materials. We call them as offsets, right? So we can see a spider plant here that produce more offsets, right? In orchid also some genus like Phalaenopsis produce more offsets, right? And leaves or the leaf pieces. So some foliage plants like African violet, peperomia and begonia, I think some of you have idea or practice this one at your home. So we can plant leaf, right? We can plant leaf and we can obtain small plantlets. So For that, actually, we need to take semi-mature leaves with petiole, right? We need to take leaves with petiole. Then we need to prepare a growing medium for that. We can use pot or bed or maybe a polythene bag. Then put that leaves in the media, right? So, and we can provide some water on it. So with time, these leaves produce small plantlets, as you can see here, right? This is a begonia plant. And here you can see small plantlet coming from the petiole. Here, and here you can see, I think, African violet. So there are a few plantlets here. So this is also common way of propagating some foliage plants. And stem cuttings like this, even in hibiscus, even some crops, some plants like Durantha can be propagated by stem cuttings, right? So that we need to take cuttings to required length, and cuttings should be preferably have 3 nodes, right? This is the common cutting type for most of the foliage plants. And layering also possible. I think you know what is layering technique and the tissue culture technique, right? So by doing tissue culture techniques, we can obtain a large number of planted material at once, and they are homogenized, and we can take good quality product by using tissue culture plants. But techniques need a lot of care, and we need a lot of money to practice tissue culture, and also the skills. And seed propagation is possible for some foliage plants like farms, right? So in here you can see farm seeds. In here you can see, right? So we need to obtain mature seeds from plants, and it is essential to remove the pulp around the seed before planting, because this pulp contain some germination inhibitors, some chemicals which prevent germination of seeds. Therefore, we need to remove the outer cover of the seeds. Then we can plant them in poly bags, right, with the correct medium. So seed propagation is possible for some foliage plants like farms. And the cultivation of foliage plants, so we need, this is actually a general potting mixture for foliage plant, that loam soil or the topsoil, leaf mold or the compost, decayed cattle manure and the sand. It is better to include some amount of brick pieces or charcoal pieces, that is to enhance drainage. And how to pot a plant, how to pot a foliage plant. So this is very common like other crops. So we need to get a proper pot, and there should be a hole at the bottom. Then we need to cover that hole by using a tile piece like this. Then we can put brick layer top of that, then add a leaf mold or the decayed leaf layer top of that brick layer, then add potting mixture. Then we can do planting, right? And it is better to keep some space at the top, that is to remove excess water when watering, right? So this is the way we need to plant a foliage plant. And this is important in commercial cultivations, right? So we can export, or the people export foliage plant as fruited cuttings. So this is how people, the growers or the nursery people make fruited cuttings in, I gave here two ways. So this is something like foliaceous or cordyline species. These are the stem cuttings. Then before planting, it should be treated with rooting hormone. There's no photograph for that one, but it is better to apply a rooting hormone and then plant them in a this sort of net pots. We call them as net pots with coir dust. Right? So in here you can see finally they put these net pots in a tray like this, and then it's better to apply a wound dressing at the top of the cutting. So then with time, this produce shoots like this. So these are the this is the rooted cutting. This type of cuttings can be exported. So this is a rooted cutting, and this is another way. This is Streptella plant. In here, this is a rooting hormone. So after applying this rooting hormone, they put this stem in an oasis piece, right? This is the oasis, small, this is artificial material, right? It can hold more water, right? So normally after applying rooting hormone at the end, then this insert into this small oasis piece and put into water, right? So therefore no need to add frequent water because that oasis itself can hold some water for some time, right? So that is a way of producing rooted cutting in Streptella, right? There are two ways to produce rooted cuttings. Then the growing foliage on beds, right? So for that, we need to prepare a bed. This is the width, the normal size, and length vary according to the availability of the planting material. And we can make edges of the bed by using bricks or the tile pieces. And this is the medium, right? Simple medium, topsoil, compost, and sand. So after planting, as we discussed in other foliage, other floriculture crops, so we need to provide water. That irrigation is essential, but the frequent or the intervals depend on the moisture level of the media and the climatic condition. So it's normally once a day. Morning is more preferred, but twice a day in the dry days, under dry weather conditions. And we should not accumulate, or we should not put more water, especially in the root zone, because most of the foliage plants are susceptible for diseases and also nematode attacks. Therefore, we should not provide more water or over-watering for the foliage crops, right? And the fertilizer, especially this is something as we discuss others crops, we need to provide good fertilizer for foliage as well. But in here, most importantly, we need to provide more nitrogen, because foliage is the most important or the economically important part here. Therefore, we need to provide more nitrogen to enhance vegetative growth, right? So other than that, these are the ratios of the NPK mixture. And it is better to apply small quantities frequently rather than applying whole amount at once. This is common for all other crops. And also we can use some slow releasing granular fertilizers like Osmocote. So we can apply this sort of fertilizer in other floriculture crops as well. So Osmocote is a slow releasing fertilizer. That means they take more time to release fertilizer. So the osmocotes, normally they take a few months to release fertilizer. They release fertilizer slowly to the plant. So that is more effective. Therefore, we can apply those sort of fertilizer as well. Normally, these osmocotes contain micro elements as well, micronutrients as well. And we can apply fertilizer as a foliar application. That method also very effective as we harvest foliage in these plants. And the shade also preferred like other floriculture crops. So we can provide shade by using shade nets or maybe crow nest, and also we can keep them under trees. But for export production, we need to provide artificial shade. And repotting also important practice, because when we see roots coming out from this pot, or maybe when the plant size is small, or when the plant produce shorter internodes, or maybe we can see some yellow color flowers at the base of the plant. So when we see those symptoms, we identify that we need to repot this plant. So that is also another important practice that we need to do in foliage plants. So we can remove plant from existing pot, and we can remove excess roots, and sometimes we have to remove suckers, so we have to remove dead parts, or we have to remove yellow colored leaves. Then again we can plant them in the same pot with the new medium, or maybe we can use a bigger size pot if required to pot it again, right? So that's about the foliage plant production, basic practice of foliage plant production. So, and I will just go through the pest and disease management of foliage plants. So there are some major pests and diseases in foliage crops as well. So the aphids, they also suck in insects. They suck the plant juices, plant sap, and that will reduce the quality of the foliage, as well as that reduce the growth rate of the plant, right? And also yellowing of the plant. So we can apply recommended insecticides to control these insects, and also we can do some sanitary practices. That means we can remove insects by manual, or the infected parts. And also we can control ants, because ants, they transport aphids to different locations. Therefore, it is essential to control ants to control aphids. Then the white flies, right? So white flies also are sucking insects, so they live on the side of the leaves. So they also suck the sap from the leaves and damage to the leaves or the foliage. So in here also we can apply recommended insecticide to control white flies. And also we can remove lower leaves, because normally they live underside of mature leaves, right? Therefore we can remove mature leaves, or we can remove infected plant parts. And also we can apply recommended insecticides. And the mealybugs and the scales, right? They are also flat insects. So as you can see, these are scale insects and these are mealybugs, right? So they are less moving insects, right? So, but they suck this cell sap, right? So we can remove infected plant parts of the plants, and also we can apply recommended insecticide when the population is high. Spider mites, as we discussed in other crops, especially roses, so they also live on the side of the leaves, and they also suck the sap from the underside of the leaves, and we can see silvery or some mottled appearance on the leaf surfaces. So we can see some webbing appearance when the population is high. So we can apply some chemicals like sulfur, abamectin to control spider mites, and we can remove weeds to control this pest, and also it is better to avoid water stress condition, and also it is better to maintain proper hygiene in the field. And the diseases of foliage, the main disease is anthracnose. It is a fungal disease, and it is caused by Coltrotrichum gliosporideus. So you can see some concentric rings on leaves in here, that brown color concentric rings on leaf surfaces. So that is the main symptoms. So the Aglaonema species, Dieffenbachia, Dracaena, those species are little bit susceptible for anthracnose. So these are the control methods. We need to maintain proper hygienic condition in the field, and also we can apply fungicide when the condition is severe, right? Then nematodes. So this is quite important, because nematodes are quite a problem nowadays in Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan foliage plant production. So these are plant parasitic nematodes, right? Not in the nematode in the soil. So there are some nematode species, they act as plant parasitic nematodes. They consider as plant parasitic nematodes because they feed on roots of the plants, right? So that feeding process damage to the plant root system and reduce the plant ability to absorb water and nutrients. And also we can see some nodules, like some enlarged structures when they damage to the roots, right? So that damage reduce the reduction of root mass and also distortion of root structure. And we can see enlargement of roots, and also with the low amount of nutrient and water, plant become weak with the damage of nematodes, right? So in here you can see some infected roots. See that in this picture you can see enlarged structures and some nodules here, right? So we can control them by doing some cultural practices like crop rotation and fallowing and floughing during drier month, and soil sterilization or the media sterilization practices, and also organic amendments can be used. And it is better to use the resistant or the tolerant varieties, and some other treatment for soil, like heat treatment or hot water treatment for planting materials, and soil or the media sterilization like practices. And the final one is snails and slugs. So as we discussed in other floriculture crops, so they also damage to the succulent part of the plant, especially they feed on leaves. So we can manually remove them, or we can use some baits using methaldehyde or some alcohol to control slugs and the snails. Right. Okay. So that's all about things I want to discuss with you. As we have limited time, I think we discussed enough information under this module. So do you have any questions about today's lecture or the previous lectures? So I will upload some materials, and I will upload the 2 videos I showed you today to LMS, right? So you have some independent learning hours. So you better refer those materials, and if you have any questions, you can just let me know. You can email me, or you can contact me through LMS, right? So let me know if you have any questions. Yes, I will upload the recording. I will see. Yes, I will do that. Right. Okay, I think we have fruitful session today. I got positive feedback from you. So, okay, thank you very much. Then I will upload all the reading materials and the video later. Then you can refer those materials later, right? And we will arrange a small assessment later, like other subjects. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dave, right? Okay.